Please sit down. If you want to take your jackets off, please do so. It's still rather close and warm in here. Right. Somebody.
Hey.
Right, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this meeting of Monmouthshire County Council. I got an echo. Is it? Yeah, okay, so welcome to this meeting of Monmouthshire County Council on this Thursday, 18th of September 2025, taking place in County Hall in Usk. Given that we are now well into the autumn and that we shall shortly be discussing leases, it might be appropriate to quote as Shakespeare said in Sonnet 18, "Summer's lease is all too short." But I hope you had a chance to recharge your batteries, although as Windsor Davies would have said, it won't half hot, mum. Okay, now, do we have any apologies? None that I can see.
Chair, sorry.
Councillor Taylor?
Councillor Howarth may be late in joining us, Chair, so at the moment I offer his apologies for a potentially late arrival.
Right, thank you. And I think, did we have a message at Councillor Riley? Maybe late? Yeah. Oh, Councillor Riley's here. Welcome, Councillor Riley. Glad you could make it on time. Okay, Chair's announcements there. They've been listed, but I would just like to take the opportunity to thank everybody who bought a ticket for the summer raffle, which raised over £500. And congratulations to Councillor Thomas, who won the first prize. No fix at all. Right. Moving on then to...
Excuse me, Chair. Sorry to interrupt. Item 2, declarations of interest. I'd like to declare a personal and prejudicial interest in item 8.1.
Right,
Thank
who's
you.
that coming from? It's Councillor
Keir.
Councillor Keir. Right, sorry, Councillor, I couldn't see where you were coming from. Point 8.1, which is the motion. Yeah. Okay, we might be changing the order of motions. So which motion are we talking about?
It's the one, Chair, submitted by Councillor Chandler.
Okay. Yep. All right. Fine. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Right. Right.
Chair,
Councillor Davies.
Chair,
yeah.
Yes, Chair. May I too declare a personal, potentially prejudicial interest in regards to motion 8A, and consequently I'll be recusing myself from that debate. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for that, Councillor. Right. Sorry, microphone. Yeah, item 4. The minutes I've got another hand. I can't see any hands on my screen at the moment. Just bear with me a moment.
Sorry, Chair.
Okay, go on.
Sorry, Chair. I also need to declare a personal interest on the basis that I represent workers in the involved in that motion.
Okay, but that's the same motion. Yep, thank you for that. That's Councillor Garrick. Right, thank you.
Richard John.
And Councillor John?
Yeah, Chair, I'd like to present a petition. Would you like me to present it now or at a later date?
Is it relevant to a motion on the agenda, or is it something different?
Yes, it is.
It is. Probably best that we present it then, if that's in order. Yep. Shall we present it then?
I'm content with that. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Right. Yeah. You just excuse me. I've not got hands on my screen at the moment. So, Martin, can you just keep me posted? Yeah. Right. Thank you. Right. So minutes then. 2 sets. So the first one was the minutes held in the morning of the 17th of July. Are there any dissent against accepting those? No hands? No hands. Right, so we declare that an accurate record. And then the minutes from the more normal council meeting on the afternoon that day. Any dissent on accepting those? I've got a hand. Councillor Brown, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say that in relation to item 15 and 16 on the questions, there are follow-up questions that Cabinet members have said they'll respond to, but I haven't had any response on that. So just wondered if it's possible to check supplementary questions to make sure that when Cabinet members say they're going to send an answer, they do actually do that. Thank you.
Okay, so for the point of accuracy, it's to check the supplementary questions to see exactly what was asked for. Yeah, and no doubt responses will follow. All happy with that? Right, so again, is it your wish that we accept that as an accurate record given the suggestion that's been made? Yep. Okay, thank you. Right, we now move on to item 6, which is a question from a member of the public. So welcome to Peter Short, who's just coming down from the back. I know Peter is used to being in this chamber. All right, welcome, Peter. The floor is yours to ask your question.
Thank you very much for allowing me to address a question to the Council this afternoon. I'm speaking on behalf of Amnesty International UK Monmouthshire Group and the Palestinian Solidarity Campaign from Abergavenny. I also like to think that I'm representing the views of many pension scheme members who I believe are appalled by the fact that investments by the pension fund are supporting the Israeli Defence Force activities in Gaza and also in the illegal Israeli occupation of Palestinian lands. As a member of the public, I'm appalled that my general taxation and some of my council tax is going into investments in what we describe as complicit companies. My question refers to complicit companies, and I'll just explain what's meant by that. They are either supplying arms to the Israeli Defence Force for use in Gaza and the occupied territories on the West Bank, or they are companies active, trading, establishing and maintaining illegal settlements and the military infrastructure on the West Bank. I'm talking about companies such as, in terms of armaments, BAE Systems, General Dynamics, Lockheed Martin, Palantir and Rolls-Royce. In respect of other complicit companies, Barclays, HSBC, a number of Israeli banks, Serco, Airbnb, AXA and McDonald's all receive pension fund investment. And I could go on with a very extensive list of different companies. I'm not aware of Monmouthshire County Council's investments at this stage. There's a motion on the agenda later from Councillor Chandler in respect of Gaza and the ongoing genocide there. I intend to focus on the Israeli-occupied territories and highlight some of the extreme difficulties that are being experienced there. Most particularly, I want to draw your attention...
Peter, can I remind you, this should be a question rather than a long speech. We accept enough just to set the context, okay? But if you can, when possible, move to a question. Yeah.
The question relates to the genocide in the Palestine-occupied territories and Gaza, and it's calling upon the Council to divest from any companies that are involved in the supply of armaments or involved in the occupied territories with so-called complicit companies. It also, most significantly, calls upon Monmouthshire County Council to ask the Gwent Pension Fund, which is run by Torfaen, and the Welsh Pension Partnership, which is a consortium of all local government pension schemes in Wales, to divest from armaments companies and from these complicit companies that I've outlined. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Peter. Councillor Callard, to answer that.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing the question today. I think it's very timely considering the motion that Councillor Chandler has brought. I think we'll probably have a reasonable debate around the motion that Councillor Chandler has brought, and I think it's on a lot of our minds at the moment. I'm pleased to say that the Wales Pension Partnership has recently issued a statement. They also recognise the strength of feeling at the moment. I'll be supporting the motion later today, and I'm happy to work with officers and with the pension funds with which we operate to review our investments in these areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. You have the right to a supplementary question if you wish to, Peter.
I'd just like to thank Councillor Callard for that very positive response, and I hope that the motion later on today is supported. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. I assume you don't need to respond to that, Councillor Callard. Right, we'll now move on to what was originally item 6 on the agenda as first out, now item 7, and that's reports. And we have a report on the self-assessment for 2024 to 25. Now, this report, 87 pages, covers virtually every aspect of the of the council's work. But I would remind you that questions should focus on the actual self-assessment process, its accuracy, its fitness for purpose, rather than being an opportunity to praise or criticise all those different aspects of the of the council's work. Okay, so I'll call upon Councillor Brocklesby to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. And I am mindful of the caveat that you give to this item. Councillors, our community and corporate plan established a clear purpose for Monmouthshire to be a zero carbon county, supporting well-being, health and dignity for everyone at every stage of life. Our annual self-assessment report is one of our ways of evaluating our progress against the objectives we set in the plan. This is something we're required to do under the Local Government and Elections Wales Act and the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. More importantly, we do this so that we can learn, improve, and be held to account by the people we serve. The report is structured under our 6 wellbeing objectives in the Community and Corporate Plan. And for those in the chamber who are not councillors and listening online, they are a fair place, a green place, a thriving and ambitious place, a safe place, a connected place, and a learning place. The report assesses our performance on the outcomes we want to achieve under each objective. An evaluation score of between 1 and 6 has been applied to each of the Council's 6 objectives for the year ending March 2025. 5 of these have been assessed as level 4 good and 1 as level 3 adequate, showing a positive trend of improvement since 2022. The full self-assessment report has already been considered by the Performance and Overview Scrutiny Committee, who accepted the scores that had been applied. It was also considered by the Governance and Audit Committee, who looked at the robustness of the arrangements we have in place to produce this work. Neither committee recommended any substantive changes to the document before it was brought to full council. The recommendations were noted, and the deliberations of both committees have been instrumental in this report's development and finalisation. I trust that this will give Chamber some reassurance about the document you have before you. We have used a wide range of data to understand how we are progressing towards the outcomes and targets agreed by Council back in 2023. This year, we have included the findings from our first resident survey, and where it is available, comparable data to benchmark our progress. All support our ability to track how we are doing in meeting the outcomes we agreed we wanted to see. The initial years of activity set out in the Community and Corporate Plan included our work to develop new policies and new strategies. Our focus now is firmly on delivery. As already said by our Chair, the report is extensive and has already benefited from a wide-ranging debate at Councillor Neil's Performance and Oversight Committee. What the report demonstrates is that we are progressing and showing positive trends in our focus on the outcomes. We are seeing how our strategies on our use of data to improve how we deliver services for the benefit of our residents is having an impact. I want to just mention two examples to illustrate this. Our integrated housing strategy, developed back in 2022, and the data we use to track that strategy and to adjust what we're doing has helped to bring back down homelessness, and we are seeing those results. Since 2023, the number of households in bed and breakfast have reduced from 92 to 20. That, bearing in mind, councillors, that was the end of March. It has actually dipped lower, and we are seeing single-digit numbers. It changes week by week, as you'd imagine, but between 15 and 10 and 9, that is a real achievement that I congratulate our teams and the Cabinet Secretary for pushing, because it's reduced. We've also seen that reduction from 92 to 20, and that our spending on bed and breakfast is down from 2.1 to 1.5 at the end of that year and continues to be reduced. We have increased our stock of temporary homelessness accommodation, and last year we bought or built 71 affordable houses, added to the 61 we built last year, and more are in the pipeline. We have also used data, our learnings from previous self-assessments, and the ongoing review and scrutiny of our strategies to strengthen how we work with parents, schools and others to support every child thrive in our educational settings and reach their potential. For our most vulnerable and disadvantaged children, our inclusion team are demonstrating by bringing together a range of specialists, focused support for those children who do not fulfil their potential, often those who are the most vulnerable or economically deprived or failing to thrive, that we can turn around lives and improve their chances to leave school with qualifications and purpose. Over the last 3 years, as a result of the changes in our policies and strategies and the way that we have tracked them, we have seen fewer children looked after, with a gradual reduction of looked after children from 209 to 190 children. We have also, in the last year, set up a new inclusion unit, updated our additional learning needs policy, and established the first in Wales Autism in Schools programme, which is really helping to enhance and strengthen our work in making every child count. From that, we are starting to see a higher than average for Wales increase of the results of our learners receiving free school meals. There has been a trend over the last 3 years, again, early evidence that our inclusion team and approach is making a difference to those vulnerable learners. In fact, all our children and young people have continued to achieve above average results. In summer 2024, the period covered by this plan, 27.5% of pupils across Monmouthshire achieved 5 or more GCSEs at levels A star to A. This compared with 8.1% for Wales. And I'm really pleased to tell Council that we were this summer the best in Wales. That's a significant change from 2022, when Monmouthshire was in the middle of the pack. Our focus on supporting the health and well-being of our residents of every stage of life has also led again through rigorous assessment, following our policies, making changes to take a more preventative approach to social care, intervening earlier and bringing some provision back into the county. We have more than halved the unmet needs of adults needing care and increased in the past 3 years the availability of care at home. However, it would be foolish to not look at where we need to take rigorous action to improve and to continue our continuous reflection and learning to maintain that level of improvement, and also to recognise there are challenges that we, along with every council, continue to face. Budgets continue to be squeezed. The cost of living impacts services as well as our residents, the demand and complexity for social care and for those with emotional well-being needs, as well as our additional learning needs in school settings, continue to rise, but also are more complex in their presentation. We have in part internally risen to meet the challenge by looking inwards, by being relentlessly focused on improving the effectiveness on council, and I would say supported undoubtedly by the rigour of our councillors' scrutiny. And I would draw your attention to the development of our medium-term financial strategy and plan, our workforce management, asset management and digital strategies. As I've alluded to, along with challenges, there are always opportunities for improvement. Through our annual self-assessment, we pinpoint where we can and will look to improve. And I would draw your attention to a number of areas. I think we all share the concern of the rise in the number of people not in employment, education or training. And while there is a percentage rise and that number is small, we need to understand why and find solutions which reverse these numbers. We will continue, as has been noted in previous years, to develop more childcare places, including Flying Start and Welsh medium places. We will also need to remain focused on strengthening our capacity and capability in digital and data in order to deliver impact at scale. Somebody seems to have their computer on. I'm hearing myself. And we do so because we want to strengthen our ability to deliver impact at scale. And we will continue to enhance our procurement arrangements to ensure that we procure ethically, efficiently, and contribute to our decarbonisation targets and give value for money for our residents. And please, make no mistake, councillors, I am always pushing for improvements in how we understand and evaluate our work, and, more than that, in that process, that we use that knowledge to improve the positive impact of our services, our interventions, and our partnerships on our residents. Our assessment is an annual touchpoint, not an end in itself. We use it to check progress and to make adjustments, to drive continuous learning and adaptation to the challenges and uncertainties that are now a given for all public services. And we will continue through self-assessment and all our other mechanisms for scrutiny and accountability to pay unremitting attention on improving our reach, our impact, and our progress to being a zero carbon county, supporting well-being, health and dignity for everyone at every stage of life. This evaluation, this self-assessment,
you're running up against
shows
time,
that we are on
Councillor,
target
so very
and
quickly,
making
please.
good progress. Thank you, councillors. I had time to myself, Chair.
I do apologise. Right. Okay, so I'll open it to questions. I would remind people this is questions. We allow enough context to introduce a question, but not long speeches. And I would be grateful if you would restrict yourself to not more than 3 questions at a time. Thank you.
Point of order, Chair. This is a Cabinet Member report. Under 27.13.1, it says that Cabinet Member reports will be followed by questions and debate, as desired by the members present. And if you look at the report, it says in a minute we're going to be voting on a recommendation 2.1 that the self-assessment for 2024-25 be approved. According to the Constitution, it's fair that members engage in that debate and have the opportunity to listen to both sides before deciding how they're going to vote.
Right. Okay, thank you for the correction. I would go back also, though, to my original point that what we're debating is the self-assessment process, its accuracy and suitability, rather than a general assessment of the performance of the council.
Well, members are deciding whether to accept that recommendation or not.
Yes, they're whether or not to accept that the self-assessment has been accurate in essence is what we're looking at. Okay,
thank you.
Right, looks like Councillor Neil. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and I will, in the main, avoid going into detail within the report, but I do note that we've just heard quite a lot plucked out from the report, and that really does open itself to specific responses in itself. However, I also don't think that that Councillor Brocklesby will be surprised by what I say here, because I've been saying it for about the last 3 or 4 years. I'm sure every councillor recognises and indeed celebrates excellent performance in our council, and we thank our officers, we thank our staff, we thank councillors for the improvements where they have been made. It's always great to see them. But how does this report on the council's performance tell us and our residents what is really happening? It declares itself to be clear and transparent and an incredibly useful tool for councillors. So with this ringing endorsement from the same people who deliver the services, is it really clear, transparent, incredibly useful? I think not. Firstly, the problem lies in the name, self-assessment. By its very nature, self-assessment is subjective, deeply flawed basis for reviewing performance. How would we feel if we were presented with the self-assessment of, say, to pick at random, Dŵr Cymru or Transport for Wales, or even the self-assessment from the Welsh Government? Would residents give these any credibility? I don't think so, because the obvious concern would be that a self-assessment can so easily stray away from objectivity and into straightforward propaganda. The Welsh Government itself rejects self-assessment when it comes to what really matters to our residents, such as our schools and our care services. And the UK Government finds self-assessment so unreliable that it's right now recruiting more than 5,000 staff to assess everyone's self-assessment and tax returns. Residents have their own way of assessing the real value of self-assessment. It's called the sniff test, and any public sector organisation that involves self-assessment, it simply doesn't pass their sniff test. The second problem that I'll mention here, without getting buried in the detail, is the lack of balance. For a self-assessment to be clear, balanced, and incredibly useful, as it's stated in the report, it must present the good and the bad and even the ugly. This report presents lists of actions taken, some of them excellent, some of them really good and commendable, as a demonstration of just how good the service is, with practically nothing at all about the bad, let alone the ugly. That, I am afraid, will be seen as misleading and in danger of slipping straightforwardly into promotional material. Let me give a couple of examples. A thinking and ambitious place is self-awarded good. It begins by highlighting the great delivery work of the Cardiff Capital Region, chaired by our very own Monmouthshire County Council leader. In doing so, it somehow overlooks the CCR's unlawful procurement from February this year, which resulted in at least £5.2 million of public money being wasted, paid out in damages. The specific breaches noted included significant errors in evaluation. Would that not be a bit of a red flag? This affects Monmouthshire both financially and reputationally, and may well have an impact on potential investment into Monmouthshire, and yet there is no mention of it in this report. It's simply whitewashed out. A Fair Place to Live awards itself good too. It describes a number of things that the council has been doing, some of them really good to see, but it somehow neglects to mention the incredible financial contribution by our residents, and that their council tax has now increased by nearly 25% in 3 years, on course for 30% in 4 years at this rate. That is such an enormous part of the performance of MCC because it's our residents who pay for every action we take or don't take. But no mention. A learning place is also a self-awarded good. Every councillor and resident will celebrate the great work of our schools. But this is an MCC performance report, and it makes no mention of all 15 of our schools moving into deficit to a total of 5.8 million. And when we asked at Performance and Overview, we were told this is likely to rise. No mention either of the knock-on effects of our schools with cutbacks and even staff redundancies as they tried to balance their books. There's no mention of Monmouthshire funding per pupil falling to £1,000 per year below the Wales average per pupil. These are huge MCC performance issues, but no mention. When we look at actual learning outcomes, do we really compare these with good or excellent outcomes? To save you some time, no, we don't. We compare outcomes with the rest of Wales and the Wales average. At a time when we learn from the OECD that educational outcomes in Wales have fallen to their lowest ever level in reading, maths and science, and are now below the OECD average, the lowest of all the UK nations, and one of the steepest declines amongst these 80+ nations evaluated. The report is silent on a wide range of major performance issues like these. The report is statutory, but how we do it is not. It's really disappointing that for the last 3 years, Performance and Overview Scrutiny has been constructively proposing making the report much more reliable, clear and balanced, and genuinely useful. For 3 years, we've been proposing Monmouthshire takes the lead on establishing peer groups with 4 or 5 other councils to offer mutual evaluation and constructive criticism of our services, that we establish resident feedback on our services as a simple matter of everyday work, that we develop user focus groups for each core service to feed back into these annual reviews. 3 years on, I see some of these ideas are now planned to happen for next year. It's so disappointing that it's taken so long for what could have been brought in quite quickly and helped to make these reports useful and not seen as simply promotional material by residents. We all want Monmouthshire County Council to do well, but we do our residents and ourselves a disservice when we ignore the bad and the ugly and only present one version of the good. So my question is, why does this self-evaluation report ignore some of these very important issues? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I would point out that it is a statutory duty for us to produce a self-assessment report that relates to the earlier part of your contribution. Thank you. Right, Councillor Eason, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is regarding the Flying Start. I'm not sure whether the figures are accurate or are they per year or overall. Flying Start scheme is a postcoded scheme. First question is, has the postcoded scheme been increased? You say that there's 210 extra children per year, or have benefited since 2023. Is that 80 per year or 210 per year? The two questions really for the Cabinet member are, is that figure of 210 accurate? And the second question is, has the Flying Start postcode area been extended from what I understood it to be at the moment? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll take a few questions and then give the Councillor a chance to reply later. Councillor Chandler.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just thought I'd come in and just respond a little bit to Councillor Neill's challenges, which I feel not only has he raised them many times before, but they've also been answered many times before. Just because he doesn't like the answer isn't necessarily a reason to keep going. He talks about this as being, sort of a self-promotion exercise. It's not a self-promotion exercise. It's a positive process of reflection where we're looking at the work we're doing against the community and corporate plan as an overview and identifying areas where we need to strengthen, all of our areas we need to strengthen, but areas where we particularly need to focus on that, because we're always continuing to improve and strengthen. We're not arrogant enough to assume that we've got it completely right. We know there's got to be more work to be done. And it is absolutely right that any body public body or private body takes that opportunity to reflect on its performance and improve. But that does not mean this is the only opportunity that members and the public get to scrutinise our performance. On all of the different aspects of our work, whether it's in social care or education or highways or anything else, we go through rigorous elements of scrutiny through Councillor Neil's Performance and Overview Scrutiny Committee and the People Committee, the Place Scrutiny Committee, where our operational plans and our policies are scrutinised in depth, as well as our budgets and the budgets of other areas. So I think it's very disingenuous to suggest that this is just a whitewash exercise where you have no other say. This is absolutely part of a whole year-round programme of transparency and scrutiny and rigorous attention to detail, but more than that, a rigorous drive to improve every single day the work that we do, because we're not complacent about what we're achieving for the people of Monmouthshire. We want to do better every single day. No matter how well we're doing, no matter how much we're moving in the right direction, we want to go further and we want to make more of a difference. And I think that needs to be recognised and applauded, and all the other opportunities that councillors and members get to scrutinise our performance are taken and are used with rigour. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I have Councillor Callard.
Thank you, Chair. I had a bit of a chuckle earlier when when I listened to Councillor Neil call this like a patting on the back exercise, and then went on to pat himself on the back for how well his committee was doing. But I just wanted to respond to a claim Councillor Neil made about the per pupil funding in Monmouthshire. I'd refer him to a question that he asked me at the last council. He mentioned that per pupil funding was underneath the Wales average in Monmouthshire. It's not, actually. It's above the Wales average, and historically it has been for a long time underneath the Conservative administration before this one, but the Labour administration thankfully has managed to turn that around, and we're now funding education. Sorry, I should say Labour and Green Coalition administration. We've now managed to turn that round, so it's now being funded above average. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands, so I will ask Councillor... Oh, sorry, Councillor Taylor. My apologies.
Thank you, Chair. I was just a bit perplexed by a couple of items, so it'd be helpful to get a bit of clarity. I note, obviously, in there that this is a report, a self-assessment report for 24-25. Yet it talks about we've worked with and developed Mega with Undie Community Hub, which was actually completed and handed over to the Much Group in 2023. So I thought it was a bit of a stretch to have this as part of the self-assessment. So that would be helpful to understand why that's in this year's report. The second thing, which I was slightly, in terms of clarity, it talks obviously about the achievements of young people in respect of those that have achieved 5 or more GCSEs. It says that we aren't doing as well for those children who are entitled to free school meals. Yet I couldn't find in the whole of the report the actual comparative figure. It simply says we're doing better than the rest of Wales, which perhaps isn't very helpful for councillors to just appreciate that very important point. So I'd welcome some clarity on that. And I was just wanting to understand and appreciate, for example, why community fridge usage figures are being used as an indicator for a fair place to live. I don't understand that. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Taylor. I could see Councillor Watts.
Yes, Chair, if I may. Can I ask a question about how long I've been on this authority for quite a while, but I've actually forgotten now in the heat of this debate how many years we've actually been doing self-assessment. That's my first question, Chair. Can one of the officers respond to that?
I think I could probably answer that. I think that this is our 3rd year. Councillor Neil, you might remember as well. Yes, I'm getting the nods from the front bench, yeah. It just appears really. Well, I think, to be fair, if I may say this, I think the authorities had its problems, but I think it's worked really, really hard this year under extremely difficult circumstances. And if I may say so, at the fear of then having some kind of
potential prejudicial or non-prejudicial interest, particularly in education. The level of attainment this year has been amazing. And it really hurts me to listen to, any members of this authority effectively talk it down in some way. It's an extraordinary team effort, and Will led that and forged through for some very difficult circumstances with next to no money at all. And we've had a remarkable year. So I feel really passionate about it. So forgive me for speaking that, but I think it is really poor of the Conservatives to start to try and do us down when we've had years and years before. All right, there wasn't a self-assessment, but years of backslapping and self-congratulatory nonsense. I mean, despite our problems, it was a sea change to see this Conservative administration go into opposition. And all we've had for 4 years now, coming up to 4 years, is whinging and moaning. They've never got a good word to say about the authority, or if they do, it's couched in criticism. It's really poor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Watts. I don't see any hands now. So speak now, forever hold your peace. Right, I will invite Councillor Brocklesby to respond.
Thanks very much, Chair. I always enjoy our debates, Councillor Neil, because you and I remain consistent, which is a good sign, don't you think? And my answer will remain consistent. Largely, you've been answered by Councillor Chandler. If self-assessment was the only tool we used to evaluate, to track progress, to adapt, to be held accountable for, I would absolutely agree with you. That is not a way to run a railroad, but it's not. It's nowhere near the only assessment that we use. We have a statutory obligation to do this, but it is to feed into the work that we do. We also have a statutory obligation for our Director of Education to present a report every year. We have a statutory obligation for our Director of Social Care to present a report every year, a public report. Very important, as we both acknowledge. We have updates on progress that go to all our scrutiny committees. We have, and at this point, I congratulate all the chairs of scrutiny committees, how you've been absolutely dedicated to holding our feet to the fire, every single one of you. And Councillor Watts, for example, has been very clear on his scrutiny of our partnerships, including CCR. And I will remind you that I came to this council to a members' meeting to talk about the issues with CCR. At the moment, it is under an independent review led by Deloitte, which will report in a public and open way for scrutiny on what happened under that process. The findings are not yet ready to deliver, but I can tell you now, Councillor Neil, I will be coming back here with the Chief Executive to report to this council, and I have always said that I will ensure that there is regular and routine updates of the partnerships of which I lead on. So let me carry on and answer some particular questions from some of our councillors. Councillor Eason, you asked about Flying Start. Phase 2 of the Flying Start childcare expansion began in April 2024. Our cap is set by the Welsh Government with an additional 50 children able to access 12.5 hours of funded childcare during the year. This was targeted to the most deprived LSOAs, which is areas of multiple deprivation within Monmouthshire. Phase 3 commenced in April 2025 with a cap of 85 additional children becoming eligible. The same targeting applies, and we are now closer to a full rollout of the Flying Start childcare offer, which will mean that all 2-year-olds will be eligible. We have now included all social housing postcodes in the programme, and we are now waiting to hear when Welsh Government will announce a full rollout. The funding is proportionate to the number of children living in income benefit households and also allows us to carry out some workforce development and, if needed, develop additional settings to meet the requirements of a universal childcare offer for 2-year-olds. In King Henry VIII, at the new Flying Start Centre, we have developed a new local authority childcare setting, Little Oaks, which is registered to provide for up to 57 two-year-olds. This is doubled capacity compared to our previous setting at the Acorn Centre in Derry View. Little Oaks also provides wraparound care for King Henry VIII's nursery during the afternoon. I hope that answers your question, Councillor Eason. With regard to our results, yes, it is. It's been rolled out.
Hold on. Let's stick to our procedures, please. Right.
My apologies, Chair.
Yeah.
With regards to our results, the data that you're referring to, the OECD data for any government, will be a disappointment. It's true. It's data from 2022. The data that we are reporting on is post-2022, and we need to benchmark it against post-2022 data. And I will remind you of what I said in my speech. We inherited a situation in 2022 where Monmouthshire was not achieving the kind of results you would expect from the demographic we have, in that we do not have large areas of multiple disadvantage or large numbers of children that are receiving extra support because of that disadvantage. We have, in the last 3 years, gone from middle of the pack to these results, and it has been year-on-year trend of improvement. We have gone to be at the top of Wales. And for that, I have said in other settings, I thank both teachers, teaching assistants, everybody else in educational assessment, parents and carers, for the support they have done to allow our children to flourish. And for those eligible for free school meals, we cannot let go of a relentless focus on closing that gap. We are seeing early shoots. It's not good enough until that gap is closed. They are doing better than on average across Wales. But let's not sit here and think that's something to be hugely proud about. It's better than what we inherited, but it smacks to years and years of not looking at inequality in our country and not focusing on our children and their future. With regards to how we should do the process of self-assessment, I take your point, Councillor Neil, and we are working on those changes. I think you and I have both learned, as 3 years in local government, 3 years in government, that we would love things to happen like this. They don't. We can move, and we have shown from the impacts, and that's where we focus, on the impacts on our residents. And we've shown from the evidence we are making good progress to the targets that we've set. And we will not stop. We recognise that each year we tweak the process. You will see differences next year, and I'm pleased that we continue to do that. It is part of our continuous approach to improvement and looking and always putting the impacts on our residents at the centre of what we do. Councillor Taylor, thank you. And I'm sorry you were perplexed. And thank you for your eagle eye, as usual. I always appreciate your ability to really forensically to go through reports. Partly, I think, one of the gains of doing an annual assessment over and above all the other mechanisms of scrutiny and accountability is that you can reflect on what progress is made over the 3 years and over the 4 years. And that should have been put more clearly in the case of Mega and Undy, and I accept what you're saying. But it was that sense that there is a movement over the 3 years and a language that could have been clearer. In terms of community fridge under a fair place, again, it could have been under a green place because the focus of community fridges is to focus on waste management, as you know. What we have seen with our community fridges, that while the focus is solidly on waste management, almost every fridge based in the community, and you'll know the one in Magor well, makes every effort to ensure that those most in need get an opportunity to either get there first or have a fair crack at getting the produce that's available. Next year, we can move it to Green Place, if that would make you feel more comfortable.
1 minute now, please, Councillor.
I think I have answered all the questions that were put to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, we now need to take a vote to accept or not this this report. So that should be on your chat. There we go. How many? Well, I haven't got numbers. I got. All right. Okay. All right. Right, that is heavily carried. So thank you everybody on that, and thanks for the debate that came from that. Right, I do apologise for that. Right, we'll now move on to item, which is now item 8, which is motions, and I believe Councillor John, you have a procedural motion you wish to move.
Yeah, I've read through the Constitution, Chair, and I think it's at your discretion to move items on the agenda. So, given we have a significant number of members of the public here with an interest in item 8C, I was wondering if you'd be prepared to move that to the front of the agenda items ahead of us, please.
Okay, I was advised that it needed a motion, but I'm happy to move that motion myself if that helps.
I'm happy to be. I couldn't see it in the Constitution, but I'm happy to be corrected.
It does need to be moved. Well, I will then move if you're happy for me to do
I'm
so.
content with that, thank
you. The motion 3, I believe it is, on the bridges, is moved up the agenda to become the first motion that we debate. Councillor Chandler.
Chair, on the grounds of that motion to move it, because there are people in the public gallery, of course there are people in the public gallery who have an interest in the first motion on the agenda to do with disinvestment in Gaza. So I think to be treating our residents that have come here equally, we ought to stick to the agenda as set out.
Right, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. I gather you're seconding that, Councillor John? Yep.
Yes, please.
Okay, right, so I'm going to take a vote on moving motion 3 up to the beginning of this section of the agenda, so it becomes motion 8.1. You can vote now. Vote now in a minute, as they say in Wales.
Is it correct?
Okay, that motion is carried. So we move on to now what is item 8.1, and I invite Councillor. Actually, I will. The motion's in Councillor John's name, but I'm asking for a seconder. I can see Councillor Newell. I take it you'll reserve your right to speak until later.
Thank you, Chair. I'll speak at the end of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Councillor John.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members, and a particularly warm welcome to members of the public who've come along to see this debate. You're most welcome. The Bridges Centre is synonymous with Monmouth. It's impossible to imagine Monmouth without bridges. Established in 1984, Bridges was so named to signify its purpose of providing a bridge between different groups in the community and to offer services and support to help people overcome barriers and integrate into the community. It plays a vital role as a hub, fostering community ties and provides a link between our residents and many of the support networks that are there to support them and their families. Bridges provides community facilities for people of all ages and abilities. It's a base for charities, a support network for individuals and families in need. It's home to support groups, educational courses, local projects and services. The centre promotes social inclusion for people with disabilities and provides resources for small businesses and freelance workers. There are over 60 weekly activities, courses and clubs to serve Monmouth and all the surrounding villages, including groups for young people with additional needs, the elderly and those experiencing loneliness. The centre offers a community car scheme, a befriending service and a support service for parents and carers of children on the autism spectrum. It actively promotes an inclusive culture and runs projects to encourage participation in everyday life for people with visible and invisible disabilities. Bridges provides affordable and connected bases for small businesses, startups, freelancers, offering hot desking, permanent occupancy and room rentals. To give you an idea of some of the other services on offer at Bridges, it hosts the community fridge, the Library of Things and Mobility Monmouth. It hosts health services including aromatherapy, acupuncture, chiropractics. It hosts support groups such as the MS Society, Bereavement Service, Parkinson's Support Group, Breast Cancer Support Group and Autism Family Support Service. The Bridges Centre took on Drybridge House in 2003 after a major renovation project funded by the local community and lottery funds. It moved from its previous base on Hadnock Road into the building and ever since has been responsible for maintaining this Grade 2 listed building, a real jewel in the crown for the people of Monmouth. The Bridges Centre was granted a lease by Monmouthshire County Council, enabling the charity to use Drybridge House as a community support and to offer affordable spaces for businesses and others. The Bridges Centre spends at least £50,000 every year maintaining the property and has invested £1.5 million bringing the building back into use over the last 25 years. Now, for much of this year, Monmouthshire County Council has been in negotiations with the trustees of Bridges over its new lease, but is proposing terms that could put its long-term future at risk. The council is proposing that Bridges take on a 30-year lease with a commercial rent of £97,000 per annum, with a rent rebate guaranteed for the first 3 years. That's 90% in year 1 and 85% in years 2 and 3. But for the remainder of the lease, there is no guarantee about the level of rebate, as the council has proposed that the level of rebate should be reviewed and open to change every 3 years. The Cabinet has tried to offer reassurance, saying that they need 3-yearly rebate reviews so that the level of support can go up or down as required. But there's nothing in writing in the terms of the lease preventing either a current or future groups of councillors from cutting the rebate and forcing Bridges to pay a near or full commercial rent. There is no guarantee that the rental rebate will remain in place for the term of the lease. This uncertainty would make it impossible for Bridges to plan ahead or bid for grant funding, and this could put the future of the centre at risk. Now, over 3,000 residents have signed a petition calling on the council to offer a fairer lease, one which would protect the services available at Bridges well into the future. Now, in recent weeks, my team and I have been supporting the trustees of Bridges, and I'd particularly like to put on record my thanks to colleagues Martin Newell, Jane Lucas, Jane McKenna, Tony Keir and Xavier Turner, who attended the public meeting and have been working behind the scenes to help. Now, the council have said that they need consistency with other assets, but the problem is that there are no other assets in exactly the same case as Bridges. It's a unique case. There are no other assets that are a Grade 2 listed property facing the potential of a £97,000 a year headline annual rent.
Just while you're pausing, Councillor John, I gather a couple of councillors are having trouble with their microphones or sockets. So have we got a problem, or is that sorted now? Councillor Bryn, are you okay? I can't hear the reply.
So it's the electrical socket, so we could just go dead after a while is all. So rather than microphones, we're okay, I think. Thanks.
Chair, I've tried all of them here. I'm just wondering whether it's this row, but at the moment I've plugged in from behind, so I am now charging. So hopefully I won't drop off.
So we're all okay for the moment. All right, thank you.
I think it's probably this row.
Right. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry about that, Councillor John.
Thank you. 150 residents attended a public meeting last month and heard the shocking revelation that the council has threatened Bridges with eviction if the trustees do not agree to the terms that the council has offered, with a deadline of the 29th of August. This was subsequently extended to the 29th of September, but that threat is still on the table. I've never known a council be so heavy-handed as to make a threat like that, to publish details of what was a private negotiation between trustees and the council that was being made in good faith, until the council issued a press release setting out its side of the debate, without even telling the trustees that that's what they intended doing. We also heard that we did hear at the end of that meeting that the Cabinet had refused to engage further with Bridges. Well, I'm pleased to say that following that public meeting, there have been further talks between the Council and the trustees of Bridges, but we do need further progress. So today, we're asking the Council to withdraw the threat of eviction for the Bridges Centre. You cannot have a fair, respectful negotiation on the future of the Bridges Centre if you continue to threaten the charity in this way. We ask for the Council to recognise that the barrier to renewing the lease is not the level of the rent in years 1 to 3, but it's years 4 to 30. It's the risk of the rebate being reduced or even removed. There is nothing in the proposed lease to prevent the Council demanding a significant change in the rebate or its withdrawal in full, which could see Bridges facing a full commercial rent of an unaffordable £97,000 a year. What if a future council scrapped the rental concession policy altogether? Bridges would face that full commercial rent. You as an administration could be replaced at any point in the future. We know that there are elections in 18 months' time when it is entirely up to the public to choose who they want as their local councillor and who they want to run this council. And it's not good enough for Cabinet members to say, just trust our word on this, that we won't betray you. You need it on the face of the lease. You need to have confidence that this lease will last for 30 years. So that's what we're asking for today. The ongoing uncertainty has caused a lot of disruption and distress locally. Staff and volunteers are worried. There is a risk that some businesses could start voting with their feet because the council has been refusing to get back to the negotiating table. There are some residents who are worrying about whether the council has some sort of motivation that the public aren't aware of. I don't think that's the case, but the council really need to bring these discussions and uncertainty to a close. So we appeal to the council today. Offer a lease that is affordable to Bridges and offers the security for the full duration of the 30-year term, and in particular from year 4 onwards. You must understand that we can't take your promises at face value. Bridges needs protection and we have a responsibility to provide that. So I'm hoping that today we can hear that commitment from the council that they will bring this negotiation to a mutual agreement that protects Bridges so it can continue to be at the heart of life for residents in and around Monmouth for the next 30 years and beyond. And in concluding, Chair, I would like to present a petition signed by 3,121 residents, urging Monmouthshire County Council to provide Bridges with a sustainable long-term lease without rebate reviews. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll accept the petition. And I would like to echo Councillor John's opening remarks when he welcomed users of the Bridges Centre to the meeting, and I know we have other people as well. It's always good to see visitors taking an interest in the work of the council and learning more about our strange ways of working. So welcome everybody. Right. Oh, absolutely. Yes, as the CEO just reminded, our lawful ways of working. Right. They're only strange if you're not used to it. Right. Do we have any comments from the floor? I'm not seeing any hands. I'm expecting some hands, but all right. I've got Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chair. But were you asking for a seconder for that motion?
Yeah, Councillor Newell is identified as a seconder. He's reserved his right to speak, but the floor is yours if you want it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Before I begin, I don't believe I have a pecuniary interest, but I am a trustee of the Goitra Community Centre. Is it okay for me to proceed, Chair?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. I'd like this council to recognise that this debate is being quite carefully and anxiously watched by other community centres and buildings around the county, because I believe there are actually 31 other buildings that are under rent review at the moment. So I think there is some anxiety across the county, not just in Monmouth. As a trustee and the secretary of the Goitra Community Centre, we are similarly anxious about the heads of terms that we have been offered by Monmouthshire County Council, which are broadly similar to those offered to Bridges. We are a much smaller community centre, and therefore our annual rent will be significantly smaller, but so is our potential for income pro rata. Now, despite Monmouthshire County Council offering centres up to a 90% discretionary reduction in year one, reducing again in years 2 and 3, there's no guarantee this amount would be awarded. So I'm concurring with what my colleague, Councillor John, has said. And this is causing considerable anxiety. It's the discretionary nature of the rent reduction that's causing the most concern. So the trustees of Goitra Community Centre have similar concerns to those of Bridges. What will happen after the 3-year period if, for example, there is a different administration, and there is every likelihood that there will be. So I think I would like to hear some reassurance that terms will not change to become market rent, for that would spell the destruction, certainly, of our community centre in Goitra. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have other speakers? I've got Councillor Lucas. And then I got another one after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I totally concur with everything that's already been said. And one thing that perhaps isn't quite clear, and I was at the public meeting, I have attended quite a few meetings, and needless to say, a great deal of my residents are very keen users of Bridges in many, many facets. So to say to the residents that Bridges could go is quite scary to them. So an awful lot of trying to placate has been going on, conversations has been going on. So one of the things that I have witnessed, unfortunately, was the comment that MCC give Bridges a great deal of money. But the point that really needs to be made there, MCC give Bridges a great deal of money to carry out services. And that is a fact. So they are actually doing a job for MCC. So it's no different than from, I'm trying not to be too discriminatory about it, but for, say, paying a teacher to teach. There is no difference in that at all. You are, MCC, we are paying Bridges to carry out jobs for us. And that is it. So when we say we give them a great deal of money, yes, we do. And they do a damn fine job for us. So to say that they get a lot of money, it sort of confuses the subject. And it's not fair or right to do so. So I concur completely. 3,000 people plus have signed the petition. I would ask any of you to ask any of your residents, do they not know of Bridges? Have they not used Bridges? The fact is, a lot of people use Bridges in many stages of their lives. And it often starts from when they're little ones, or whether it starts at when they're older ones, or when there's problems. And that's a big thing. An awful lot of people don't use bridges currently because they haven't got the need for it. But there will be the need for it for them at some given time, or there has been in the past. It is very much a matter of it goes through your life cycle. It's in people's blood. And it is so unfair to put this pressure on the trustees who in all good faith, right, and that's the important thing, have been treated with disrespect. I'm sorry to say that because it was horrible to hear how they felt. No, I'm sorry, Councillor Callard, A, for interrupting me, but B, at the end of that public meeting, I seem to recall you standing up and saying something along the lines of, I've given up trying to deal with you people. I'm not quite sure the exact words you use.
Order, Chair. Order, Chair. Please get some order.
But there are those in this room that did hear it. So please, please, please be aware we are dealing with people and their feelings. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'll now move on to Councillor Chandra. I'm sorry I just told you off then. I meant to tell off Councillor Callard. I do apologise again.
Yeah, I'm used to being told off, but usually by my children and wife. But thank you, though. And thank you, everybody that's here. And thank you for bringing this motion, give us an opportunity to talk about this, Councillor John. There's nothing in this motion I can disagree with. And I do understand the concerns of residents of Monmouth and users of the Bridges Centre, of which I'm one, because the reports that have come out by certain members here have been very alarming and caused a huge amount of distress amongst users of the bridges. And unfortunately, I think many times this is maybe unnecessary distress. I would like to say that I am, as an administration, as a council, we're very committed to the future of bridges, but I'm also very personally committed to the future success of the bridges. I've spent most of the past 40 years working for charities, and I've also been a trustee of some local and national charities. So I know how important that they are to the well-being of residents and how challenging running a charity is, especially in this financial climate. But also in my role as Cabinet Member for Social Care, I also see how the Council works in partnership with the Bridges on a number of projects, many of which were listed by Councillor John in his introduction. And we give them substantial funding for those projects and help them to access even bigger sums from the Welsh Government. So, yes, they are about providing services for the people of Monmouthshire, as Councillor Lucas just highlighted, but the grants they received to do this came to over £600,000 last year. And I think it's worth recognising the scale of that funding that we give or facilitate to the Bridges Centre. Regarding, the actual lease, we've been in negotiations with trustees for many months, and I'm sure my colleague, Councillor Callard, will talk about those negotiations and the details of the lease later. But the challenge of Councillor Lucas saying we've treated them with disrespect is totally untrue. We have spent many meetings with them and spent a great deal of time understanding their issues and responding, and made a number of significant concessions on the lease. What I would say, though, is that in terms of the amount of lease we do owe to as an obligation to residents and council taxpayers to make sure that we're using our assets fairly. The trustees of the Bridges requested the rental valuation, which came up with an independent valuation, which came up with a £97,000 figure, and that was accepted at the time by the trustees and by us. It was an independent valuation, recognising that we would be giving a subsidy, a rental support grant to that. But it's also worth recognising that that rent is for the entire premises of the building, the main Drybridge house, the stables annexes and the land, and that the charity then sublets part of that on a commercial basis. And as that subletting income gets a subletting income last year of 74,000. So out of that 97,000, they're immediately getting back £74,000 in subletting income, 60,000 of which is subletting to commercial tenants. So I think that is also needs to be recognised, that the majority of their rent that they're paying us, they're getting back in subletting. And then the remainder and more to cover all the maintenance costs and stuff is then the subject of the rental support grant we give them. And Councillor Callard will talk more about that rental support grant, but also the restrictions that we have, that inability of the council to commit a grant 30 years into the future. It is just not possible. No grant-giving body can do that. The National Lottery won't do it. No other grant-giving body will give a guarantee a grant in perpetuity. But there is no reason to think that the council would want the bridges to fail. There is no reason to think that we wouldn't be supporting them together, whether it's this administration, whether it's future administrations. We're all going to be equally committed to the success of the bridges because it's a partnership. It's the bridges and the council and other community groups working together for the benefit of residents, and that is the result that we all want, and that's the result that we're all trying to achieve. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. And I have Councillor Griffiths, please.
Is this going to work? It is working, yeah. Okay. I just want to offer a contribution as a councillor from Chepstow. It is not the case that the circumstances of bridges is unique in Chepstow. I'm sure it's true elsewhere. We have a range of community facilities which are offering fantastic services to their communities, largely based on volunteers. I'm thinking of the Bulwark Community Centre, I'm thinking of the Palmer Centre, I'm thinking of the Drill Hall. In all those cases, the arrangements of the lease from Monmouthshire County Council appear to me to be identical to those which have pertained and have been offered to bridges in Monmouth. In all those cases, there is an assessment of the commercial value of those buildings, and the lease includes a rental value which relates to that. In all of those cases, the operators of those premises are able to apply for a rent rebate. Now, this was an arrangement put in place by the previous administration. I had to learn about it when I entered the Chepstow scene, but it appears to be universal across the county. What's being offered in Monmouthshire is consistent with elsewhere. It is also the case that those leases put the responsibility on the lessor, that's the right word, to undertake the maintenance of those buildings. In the case of the Drill Hall in Chepstow, over £200,000 has been spent on that building in the last 2 years. It's also the case that in order to do that, the people operating the building are reliant on grants from elsewhere, very often lottery grants, other sources. The arrangement of a 30-year lease with a rent rebate has not in any way prevented, inhibited the access to grants of those buildings. I've been impressed by the evidence of this debate, impressed every time I go to Monmouth to see the range of activities at bridges and the amount of fantastic voluntary endeavour that goes into it. The arrangements for the building on offer are the same as elsewhere in the county and are consistent with the continuation of that voluntary effort and that range of services throughout the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I've got Councillor Taylor. Yes, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I do think that obviously this pertains to the Bridges Centre, but it's a very important debate across Monmouthshire. I myself was at Mega Withundi Community Hub annual meeting a few nights ago, which of course is similarly a council asset, a council-owned asset, which is managed by a group of trustees and volunteers. And I just think that the effort to manage, run and make sustainable community buildings of this nature cannot and should not be underestimated. The people who are, I don't know, doing things, locking up, opening up, essentially, you know, putting so much effort in shouldn't be just kind of set aside, I think, I think we have to consider that if those people weren't prepared to put in quite so much of their time, effort, energy, and quite frankly, heart and soul, we would be in a very different position across Monmouthshire. It's not just managing the building itself, but it's the contribution that the building, or rather the activities within it, make to the social fabric of that given community, that I think is what we're also kind of debating here as well. So whilst one does give a rental rebate, I appreciate that's been the case for some time, and I do also appreciate that it's very difficult to go a long way into the future, but some I suppose support to understand that there won't be just a complete change in the council's stance, I think would be helpful to give people the confidence to take on this not inconsiderable responsibility that I think sometimes it is easy to underestimate. Without those people, perhaps we should think, where would we be? I think the value cannot be, the cost can be discussed, but the value is something which we cannot easily put a price on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I now have Councillor Maybe.
Thank you, Chair. I have always been a supporter of the bridges. Indeed, I was a trustee of the bridges from when I became a councillor until later, towards the end of last year. I only stepped down from the board because of a clash in meeting times with cabinet meetings. I've been really distressed and upset at the way certain councillors opposite have taken the situation, and I think deliberately scaremongered and upset people locally for their own political purposes. I have never seen any of them at events or fundraisers in Bridges before, and no doubt won't see them again in the future once they've finished this little activity, which they've done in other parts of Monmouth, equally divisive and unpleasant. I think that the lies have been told. Certainly 2 years ago, I was asked to put the Board of Trustees in... Can I speak? I've asked to put the Board of Trustees in contact with the right person in the council to negotiate. At that time, I was interested in the community asset transfer. Later on, I believe it was shifted to we need to renegotiate the lease. Discussions have been going on for a long period of time. I have never seen any indication at all from the county council, from officers or the administration, that they would reduce their support, they would stop valuing the services produced by the Bridges Centre. As Councillor Callard and Councillor Chandler have reassured Cabinet and others, those services are valued and supported to the value of over £600,000 a year. They have been at great pains to negotiate a lease, have made several offers, and thought these were agreed. They were then later reversed, and at no point has any threat of eviction been made. Also, in terms of the point about being made public, the only reason the public statement was made was because opposition councillors were making public a story that somehow Bridges was going to disappear. And the upset to service users and to those in the community is tremendous, and so we had to put out a reassuring statement. To then have that turned around and be told that you were publicising something private, I have to say that I find the hypocrisy and deviousness of this behaviour so deeply upsetting I can hardly bear to come into the council chamber. I really thought that honesty would be something that we would have in this chamber. We would have differences on real matters of opinion, but dishonesty, hypocrisy and that devious behaviour, really regardless of the impact on service users, pretending to care about service users and using their vulnerability to frighten them in this way, I find it unbearable to listen to. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councillor. I will now...
point of order, please,
Yeah, I was
Chair.
expecting that.
Point of order, please, Chair. Would Councillor Maybe like to withdraw the defamatory statement she made where she alleged that people had been telling lies? She also said that the trustees of the Bridges Centre have not been threatened with eviction. I don't think it's appropriate for me to read out private correspondence from officers, but I can confirm that is the case.
Yeah, I think the phrase was lies have been told rather than people have been telling lies. It might be a subtle difference, I don't know. I will give Councillor maybe a chance to respond to that.
I won't withdraw what I said, no, and I will pass on to others to substantiate what I was saying. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it is important that we are careful with our language. There are sometimes more diplomatic ways of saying the same thing. Okay, so where were we? Councillor Dimmock, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to come in on this debate. I'm County Councillor Lisa Dimmock for Portstewart Ward, so I'm based down in the south of the county. So I'm sorry I can't be in the gallery today. I had work this morning, in chambers today, and to meet the trustees and users that are in the gallery today. I'm going to come in at this from a very different angle. Many of my colleagues know I do have multiple sclerosis. So up until last year, I was attending clinic in Abergavenny, and someone reached out to me this week who was in my clinic about the Bridges Centre that they use. And she just wanted to highlight to me the great work that the teams are doing in the Bridges Centre. It's offering practical support, opportunities to connect when people are feeling isolated through it. Illness, and activities to help reduce that isolation and improve well-being. The safe and welcoming environment created at the Bridges Centre ensures that people affected by MS can assess the care, community encouragement they need to live further through an independent life. In light of these essential services delivered through the partnership, it is essential that an affordable and fair agreement is secured for a long-term future. People don't want to lose Bridges, and I just want to highlight the important work that these people are doing. And I really hope that an agreement can be made very promptly to diminish any concern of those users. So thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor John, for bringing this forward.
Right, thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Callard, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you also to Councillor John for bringing the motion, and to those who've come today in support of the Bridges. If you were there at the public meeting, you will have heard, I guess, the council's perspective and where it's coming from with the offer that it's made in the lease. I'm happy to support this motion today. I think it kind of reinforces everything that we've been doing so far. Some of my colleagues have already, spoken about the negotiations that have been going on for a significant period of time, and the work that we've done to try and adjust our offer and adapt our offer to the trustees of the Bridges. And indeed, there have been a couple of occasions where, around the table at County Hall, we've thought we've reached an agreement, only for that agreement to be subsequently rejected. It's personally been very challenging and stressful for me, because I've, like all of you, I really want the Bridges to succeed, and I want for them to agree a lease with us. But to echo a little bit of what Councillor Maybe was saying, I know there's been confusion around the terms that the council has offered, and I don't think that's been helped by some of the information that's been shared by councillors. A leaflet went out, I know, by Councillor Lucas, which said that with a 3-yearly rental grant review, it would be impossible for Bridges to get grant funding on which it relies. I mean, that's just not true. And you're putting this information into people's letterboxes, saying that there's these risks which don't exist. And then after the public meeting, I've got people coming up to me saying people in their, in the groups that they're running are upset because they think their community centre is going to close. And it's like, why? I don't understand it. And similar to what Councillor Maybe was saying, why would you spread that fear and worry unnecessarily amongst your communities? I think it's irresponsible. I know you get to stand outside the Bridges and get a picture in the paper, but I think there's more at stake here. and we're trying to work to get Bridges onto a long-term lease, which will guarantee its future. It will guarantee its access to grant funding, and we're working towards that goal. Councillor Butler mentioned that there's concerns at Goitra Community Centre. I mean, that's the first I've heard of you. No one's ever mentioned that to me before, Councillor Butler.
You were invited to a meeting of stakeholders in February.
Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, a quick email to say we're concerned about a position, we can have a discussion. But I'd just like to reiterate that we have over 30 community assets in this council which currently have terms which are consistent with the terms that we are offering the Bridges Centre. These organisations are pillars of their communities, and they're very successful, and I would say they are essential to our communities, as is Bridges. This motion calls for us to offer a fair and affordable lease to the Bridges. Our offer is fair and it is affordable, and we've been in continuing discussions over the last week. Indeed, I had a conversation this morning, and I believe that we will reach a resolution. I'm kind of very disappointed that this has spilled over into the public sphere, and we've had to have this because I really support the Bridges, and the press release was in response to data made public by another party. Councillor John. Yeah.
Through the chair, please. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. I got interrupted. So, I understand that, these guys, they want votes in Monmouth. They want to be relevant, and they're worried about reform coming and taking their seats. That's okay. But I'm really trying to do my best here for a community group. We're still in discussions, and I know that all the councillors here will join me in wishing every success to the Bridges, and we'll keep talking. And, I'm hopeful that we'll reach an agreement soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank the supporters and trustees for attending today, and for everyone who's participated in the debate. I'm probably the closest councillor to the Bridges. I live just down the road. I pass it every day. It's a thriving community centre. It's busy. I was there last week having coffee with a couple of the councillors after visiting Mono Vale, and we saw the tea party going on. It's a fantastic event, well attended. I've not been involved in negotiations. It's a commercial property transaction. It should be dealt with by solicitors and the senior council officers. I did speak to a member of the trustees on Monday at Monmouth Town Council meeting and just asked for confirmation they have got legal advice, so they are taking legal advice, and I really do hope that a resolution can be found quickly and speedily on behalf of the council, on behalf of council taxpayers and on behalf of Bridges, because they provide services that really can't be quantified in the value they give to the community and the members here. So let's not politicise this. For the good of everybody, let's just hope that we can get a resolution speedily, that the solicitors can get together with the officers and Councillor Callard, and this can be dealt with so that we can move on and the Bridges will continue to thrive. It is for another 30 years. My family, my father and mother-in-law who are deceased, they both worked there when it was a care home. My wife was there many years as a child, so this is in part of my family as well. So let's just get this settled. Let's not go political. Let's just try and get a resolution, and I support the motion. Hopefully we can see a resolution in the next few weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see that Councillor Butler's got her hand up, but unless I'm very much mistaken, you've already spoken. You made the point about Goitra.
I'm sorry. I just wish to. I'm sorry I butted in earlier, but.
No, you don't. No, you don't get another chance. I'm sorry.
No, Councillor Callard spoke directly to me, so I apologise for butting in earlier.
Right. Okay.
Might I just make one point in response to what he said?
No, I mean I don't think it works like that. Sorry. I'm going to move on.
Okay.
Thank you. So Neil, you're the seconder and you reserved your right to speak. Do you want to speak now?
There's no one else wanting to speak on this? I'm the last speaker. Thank you, Chair.
We can't guarantee that.
No, I've got a funny feeling that someone else is going to stick their hand up, but I've written the name down already. Chair, thank you for the opportunity for letting me speak here. And first of all, can I welcome my friends from my ward in Monmouth, where the Bridges Centre is, and it's great It's so nice to see so many faces here, mixture of staff and volunteers and users of bridges. And can I also associate myself with all of the comments with my colleagues, Richard John, Jan Butler and Jane Lucas. And I'm not going to sit here for 2 or 3 minutes and bore you with all the facts and figures and stuff. I'm going to come at this from a more personal point of view, but with permission, Chair, if I could just answer 3 very quick points that councillors have made. Councillor Chandler made the point that we have to be responsible with public money. I've not met one resident in Monmouthshire that will object to Monmouthshire County Council to continue funding for the next 30 years bridges or any other community centre. So I think we can put that one to bed. Councillor Callard, first of all, in all fairness to Mr. Callard, Councillor Callard, he was kind enough to ring me during a family holiday, and he's a good guy. I've got to thank him. Every time I've wanted to speak to him, he picks up the phone, he sends a message or an email, and I do thank him for that. I will pick him up on one point, that it's not the councillors from Monmouth that were spreading news or rumours about the possibility of bridges closing. As a councillor, I've been told this by the trustees and the chair of Bridges. So we're being told by them. Councillor Maybe, I got a list here. I was going to respond, but I've just got to go off the cuff. For the second time in Chambers, Councillor Chair, 3 or 4 months ago, I was accused of illegally encouraging drivers in Monmouth to drive down Goldwire Lane, and a complaint went into the Ombudsman. Today in Chambers, I don't think it's directed at me personally, but the words were spreading lies. I just won't stand for that behaviour. I'm an elected representative for Monmouth Town Ward, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my residents and no one else here. And so that behaviour has to stop. It's the second time now it's been inferred that I am either a liar or acting illegally, and I won't stand for it anymore. This behaviour has to stop. Okay? I'm not having it. Councillor Maybe accuses local councillors, of which Bridges is in my ward, of not caring and using this for political gains. I first went into Bridges in 1977. Okay. 40 years on, let me tell you what I've done in Bridges in the last 12 months. And my friends here will confirm this. Amongst other things, I've attended a wedding, funeral wake. I've been to a 40th and a 50th birthday party. In fact, my sister-in-law Louise had her 40th birthday present there. I attended, on behalf of Monmouth Town Council, amongst other colleagues, and there was many of my county council colleagues here, an award ceremony for all the amazing volunteers, of which my niece Amy is a volunteer. I've attended council meetings there about the place plans. I've helped raise money. I sing with Monmouth Mayor Voice Choir. We've sang 2 or 3 concerts there over the last 12 months to raise funds for Bridges. I've socialised with friends and had business meetings in the coffee shop, and I've given blood. So to say that I'm here for political gains, I'm not. I went to school and grew up 200 yards away from Bridges. I love the place. Okay? So these accusational comments and really trying to accuse councillors of doing this for their own game, I wouldn't care tomorrow if I wasn't representing any party or doing anything. But my heart would be broken if this centre was to close tomorrow, because I've got to face these people in my town centre, and I'm not being accused anymore by members opposite. Just horrible things. Anyway, let's get to the point in action here at Bridges. Okay, we don't have a choice as an authority. Okay, Bridges is at the heart and soul of Monmouth. Okay, and without having a guarantee past the 3 years of a rent rebate, there's a real possibility we're going to lose it. As Councillor John said, we have a duty of care of custodians of this amazing building and this amazing charity to make sure it's still there in 30 years' time, so that the future council can come back and debate the next lease. That's all I'm interested in. Okay? Bridges has been reassured by councillors on the other side that as long as it remains a charity and it continues doing the same work, that they will be entitled to the same type of grants that they already receive. That's great. We need it in writing, and we also need a criteria and a formula of what this what Bridges are working towards, for them to be able to have something to work behind. Because it does. I can speak for all parties here that if it's written down, I've got every faith that whether it's the Reds, the Blues, the Greens, we will honour that, but it needs to be written down so the volunteers, the users, the staff can all make plans, without the worry of us increasing their rent by tens of thousands of pounds. I sang at a concert on Friday, another fundraising event. Somebody in the audience came up to me and they said, "Martin, you're county councillor where the Bridges Centre is." I said, "Yeah, that's right." They said, "I have to tell you," and of course he hasn't given permission for us to give his name, so I won't. But he's mentioned to me that he's already sought out and is actively seeking another venue for his group that he uses at Bridges. And the reason for that is he's not sure what's going to happen. He has to plan. He has, and he's not sure what his costs are going to have to go up to. And any increase in costs for him will be charged on to his patrons. He just doesn't want to. He just doesn't want to operate like that. Bridges want to work with the council. They're happy with the 30-year lease. Okay, they're unhappy that there's only a guarantee for 3 years. Okay. Headline rent 97,000. Bridges have told me, and it's minuted in meetings where they're quite happy to have a cap. If it was at 80%, let's cap it at that. What happens to Drybridge House if Bridges move? I remember the bad days along with Councillor Garrett when Bridges was closed. It was derelict. It was horrible. Bridges has full-time staff. They have 12 full-time staff, 48 part-time staff. Okay? Like I said, service users are already looking for other arrangements and venues due to uncertainty. They pay £40,000 a year minimum maintenance, £10,000 a year in rates. We've got no idea how the grant is actually calculated by MCC, so we just need an idea. And I know that, in the spirit of working together, which I always try and do here, let's all work together. Let's get this sorted out. 3,100 people signing a petition tells you how much this place means. And I know, like I said, Councillor Callard is a good person. I know he wants to work with Bridges, and I support this motion, and I plead with Councillor Callard and his colleagues to let's get round the table, let's get it sorted, because frankly, a Monmouth town without Bridges, well, it's not worth thinking about, and it's an absolute privilege to represent these amazing people. And a second, Councillor John's motion. And I thank you for the time, Chair.
Hold on. Thank you. Let's try to minimise applause from councillors, please. I understand why visitors might wish to do that, but councillors should perhaps not. Okay. I don't see anybody else. So, Councillor John, you have the right to reply.
Thank you very much, Chair. And can I thank everyone who's contributed to the discussion. I have been disappointed by a couple of the contributions. I haven't heard anyone from my group suggest that this is a party political issue or to say anything party political. I was particularly disappointed by the comments of Councillor Maybe, and I think she ought to reflect on her conduct in this meeting. I don't think anyone in this chamber has been dishonest or said lies. I think every single councillor recognises the value of Bridges. What we disagree on is the means to get this lease renewed. Councillor Maybe did say in her contribution that Bridges was never threatened with eviction. It was confirmed by the trustees of Bridges in the public meeting that they had been threatened with eviction. And I looked to guidance. I would not have said in my speech that Bridges was threatened with eviction if that were not true. I looked to guidance from the chief executive as to whether I need to prove that. I have seen sight of the correspondence between the council and the trustees, which confirms in writing that Bridges was threatened with eviction with a deadline of the 29th of August. If you would like me to read the relevant sentence of that correspondence, I'm happy to do so to prove that that is the case.
Yep, you're quite free to do that if you wish. I understand it's not confidential information in any way.
Chair, Councillor John, what I was going to say is, if you're satisfied that you have a basis to make the comments that you've made, that's sufficient. You don't need to read out anything. If you're satisfied, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
so it's your choice.
Okay. Well, I have seen the relevant clause. I have it right in front of me. I am satisfied that is the case. I'm a bit surprised that cabinet members aren't cited on correspondence between themselves and the trustees of Bridges, particularly knowing that we had this debate about it today. Thank you to colleagues who made really helpful contributions. I think Councillor Butler is absolutely right. There will be community groups all over Monmouthshire watching this debate and looking to see the outcome, concerned about their own community centre. So it's really important that the council concludes these negotiations with the trustees of Bridges and we come to an agreement that secures the long-term future, because it is causing concern. I think Councillor Lucas is absolutely right in the point she made. Councillor Chandler was saying that Bridges should be grateful for the money it receives from the council, but I wasn't quoting you verbatim. You were saying you were boasting about
through the chair, not to each other. Sometimes things are claimed that maybe not, or maybe haven't been said. We just trust councillors to have listened to what's said and hope they have the critical thinking skills to work out if they're being told the truth or not. Okay, carry on, Councillor John.
Thank you. The cabinet member was boasting about the amount of money that the council gives to Bridges, but as Councillor Lucas,
Councillor,
we heard your contribution.
No.
We heard what you said. We heard.
It is in the Constitution. Point of clarification was I was demonstrating the commitment the council shows towards the Bridges Centre, not what.
Chair, can we just clarify? Clarification is not a point of order. Thank you.
Personal explanation.
I'm going to take a ruling on this.
Personal explanation.
A point of personal explanation is different from point of order. If you have been misconstrued, then you are entitled to make that point. Yeah. Okay. So point of personal explanation is the terminology. Thank you.
Apologies for using the wrong term, but yes, I think we know what I meant.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Carry on, Councillor John.
So Councillor Chandler highlighted some sums of money that the council make available to Bridges, and I took that to mean that Bridges should somehow be grateful that they're getting this money, but they're getting money to provide services, and they're actually doing the council a favour by providing those services. The services that are provided at Bridges mean that for many older, vulnerable people, they're able to live more independently because of the role that Bridges plays in society. Bridges actually saves the council money. It actually reduces the reliance of residents on council services. So it's really important that the council recognises that, because we need to reach a conclusion.
Councillor, you're doing it again. Please do not.
Of course we recognise it.
You've zipped and unzipped there. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So it is really important that we come to, the council and the trustees can come to an agreement that secures the long-term future, recognising the invaluable contribution that Bridges makes to the lives of people in and around Monmouth. I don't believe that any councillors here want to see Bridges fail, but why on earth would you threaten Bridges with eviction? Can you not see the damage that has done to the relations between the local authority and the organisation? It has escalated relations. It has worried people unnecessarily. It's been an aggressive, heavy-handed approach that was completely avoidable. What you now need to do is to work in a much more constructive way. And I welcome the fact that you've had a meeting with them since the public meeting we had a few weeks ago. But you need to continue that dialogue. You need to get round the table, look at what can be done to ensure that bridges have that certainty, not just in the first 3 years, but beyond that, year 4 and well into the next few decades, because we need to have certainty for the next 30 years that Bridges is going to be there for the residents who depend on it. I won't comment on some of the remarks about that were made about a party political nature. We know that the council could quite easily change hands at a future date, and we cannot rely on future councillors being able to express goodwill towards Bridges and maintain that rent rebate at either 85 or even 90%. Bridges need that security. They need to be able to see on the terms of the lease that they have that long-term security so that Bridges can continue to provide all those services that we mentioned long into the future. So I appeal to the council today, take the threat of eviction off the table, get round the negotiating table with the Bridges trustees, and let's come to an agreement that will secure the long-term future of the jewel in the crown of Monmouth. That's in all our interests. It's in the interests of the residents we represent and particularly the most vulnerable people in our county. So thank you very much to all the members of the public who've come here today. We're really grateful, not just for your presence here, but for all the campaigning you've done in recent weeks, all those leaflets you've delivered, all the conversations you've been having with friends, neighbours and family, ensuring that as many people as possible understand how important Bridges is to all of us. So thank you very much, Chair, and I hope that people will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll now move to a vote. Right. Yeah. Okay. That's passed unanimously. Thank you, everybody. I would now normally, because we've been at it for nearly 2 hours, have a 15-minute break. But in deference to those who have come along with a particular interest in the next motion, we'll have a 2-minute urgent break for those who need to do that, which will give people from the Bridges also a chance if they want to move on. You are, of course, very welcome to stay, but you might decide you've had enough. Right. But 2 minutes, please, and then we'll be straight back into it. Well, I've been asked to make it 5. Okay, given that it's Councillor Chandler, I will allow it to be 5 because it's his motion next. But only 5. Right, we've had 5 minutes, so if I could ask you to take your seats, please. Take your seats, please. Tudor, or Matt, can you just grab people out from outside and get them in? Oh, a mint. Yeah, I need a mint. Thank you. Cheers. He always does that. Yeah.
I'm going to grab Council Sackles was clear on her intent.
I think I better take that now while I joke in front of all. Right. Take your seats, please. Thank you. Yeah, we will have a better break at an appropriate time. See how long it takes on this motion. We might take 2. We'll see how it goes. Right, I've been advised before we move on to the next motion in the name of Councillor Chandler, but if you're a member of a Greater Gwent pension scheme, which I think if you're a local government worker, for example, working for MCC in the past, for example, or indeed any of the counties that are involved in that, you might want to declare a personal but not prejudicial interest. Yeah, that just relates to elected members, obviously.
Councillor Strong,
right.
there are a whole number of us, I imagine. Would you want us to do that in the chat or to tell them verbally? Because I'm one of them with a personal interest.
Some of us are actually...
Yep, okay, I'm being told that I can go in the chat. Yes? No? Verbally. Okay, let's just very quickly... Councillor Brocklesby is one, yep?
Yes.
Yes. Do I see others? Councillor...
Yep.
Councillor Grocott. Oh my gosh, Councillor Grocott. Councillor John. Councillor Neil. Councillor Buckler. Councillor Chandler. Good grief. Councillor Wright. Councillor Griffiths. Over here. Councillor Birch. Councillor Strong. Jackie Strong.
Some of us are actually in receipt of a local government pension as well. So.
Yeah, I think that's more or less the same thing, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, Councillor Callard. Councillor Birch. Back row is Councillor Garrett, Councillor Thomas, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Jones, Councillor Bryn, Councillor Howells, Councillor Brown, and Councillor Lucas, Councillor Webb, and Councillor Newell.
Chair, as well, sorry to interrupt, Chair. In my other job as well, I work in finance and deal with these banks and organisations on a daily basis. And in fact, some of my recommendations to customers, whether it's for a mortgage or another financial product, could you advise on whether I should declare that, please?
I think that's stretching it a bit. I think you're okay. Okay. Yeah, I think you're okay on that side of it. I mean, you know, there are all sorts of ways in which we are all in various ways involved at some sort of arm's length, so I think you're okay there. I assume that, Nicola, they will be sent the necessary forms to fill in? Oh, there are people online, sorry. So I've got Councillor Dimmock, Councillor Bond, Councillor McConnell, and Councillor Edwards. Right, anybody left though? I don't.
Yeah, I've got my hand up, Chair.
Oh, hang on, Councillor Riley.
Right,
Councillor Riley. Yeah. Councillor McKenna. I haven't all got all the pictures.
To Chair, to say everybody and then people say where they're not.
It would have been easier, wouldn't it? And we got Councillor Bromfield as well. Yeah, right. And yes, I've got Councillor Edwards. Yep, thank you. Right. And I got Councillor Sandals as well. Right. Good. I'm trying to think why I haven't put mine on. As a teacher, as a different pension scheme, so we're okay. Right. Okay. Well, at least I didn't forget anybody's name, so that would have been the most embarrassing bit. Are we ready to move on now? All right. Okay. We've had a couple of declarations already. I think 2 councillors absented themselves. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Is it 2 or just 3? Councillor Garrick, was that a personal or a prejudicial? I think that was more personal, was it not? Yep. Okay.
No,
I think
it's mandated to vote in a particular way due to my interest, so it's personal and prejudicial.
Right, sorry. So did you say that was prejudicial?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I did. 3 minutes now.
Okay. Yeah, so she needs to leave the... Yeah. Okay, so you need to log out for a bit and hope... Will somebody send her a message when she can come back in? Yep. And Councillor Davis the same, yeah? He's done the same, has he? Yep. Okay. Right. Let's move on then. Councillor Chandler.
I'm going to use the lectern, if I may, so I can address the people that are in the public area as well. So, thank you, Chair. Thank you, members, and thank you, members of the public that have come here to hear this debate. And so, colleagues, this, not just because I'm a member of the pension scheme, but for other reasons, this motion is very personal to me, for reasons which I will explain later. You will remember that in September 2022, I brought to this council a motion on ethical investment. It was passed with cross-party support, and I was proud that together we agreed that the way we invest public money must reflect our values. We decided then that we would not allow investments in areas that contradict our declaration of a climate emergency or the well-being of future generations. The motion that I bring today builds directly on that principle. It is not about foreign policy, it is about responsibility, on the responsibility that we hold for how public money is used. Now, the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza is undeniable. Tens of thousands of civilians have been killed, many of them children. It is hard to visualize that figure, tens of thousands, so let me express it in another way. In less than 2 years, about 1 in every 30 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed by Israeli military action. 1 in every 30 people. For the survivors, not only have they been forced to move from one part of the Gaza Strip to another to escape the bombing, but their homes, their schools, their hospitals and water systems, the very fabric of life, have been destroyed. Food, water and medical aid have been deliberately obstructed. Their suffering is unimaginable. The United Nations, the International Court of Justice and respected human rights organisations have all found that serious breaches of international humanitarian law are taking place, including the targeting of civilians and collective punishment. And we cannot ignore the words of senior members of the Israeli government themselves. The Defence Minister, Yoav Gallant, said, "We are fighting human animals and we will act accordingly. We are imposing a complete siege on Gaza. No electricity, no food, no water, no fuel." The President of Israel, Isaac Herzog, stated that it's an entire nation out there that is responsible for the Hamas-led attack. Other ministers have spoken of plans to resettle Gaza with Israelis once the Palestinians have been removed. These are not slips of the tongue. They are statements that appear to advocate collective punishment and ethnic cleansing. When taken alongside the documented killing of civilians and the denial of aid, they reveal a shocking disregard for international law. And all of this evidence has led to the report released this week from the UN Commission of Inquiry that has concluded that the State of Israel is committing genocide against the Palestinian population of Gaza. There is another deeply disturbing element, the alleged targeting of journalists. International watchdogs and press freedom organisations have recorded unprecedented numbers of journalists killed in this conflict. Many were clearly identified as members of the press, and in several cases, there is credible evidence that they were deliberately targeted. To target them is to commit a grave breach of international humanitarian law, and it strikes at the very possibility of truth and accountability. Now, I want to say something personal here. I've worked in international development and human rights for most of my life, working with vulnerable people living in extreme poverty, communities recovering from wars and natural disasters, and those suffering oppression because of their race, identity, or beliefs. On 2 occasions, in 2015 and 2016, I had the privilege of working in Gaza, where I was supporting the Palestinian Center for Human Rights, a non-governmental organisation based in Gaza City that documents and challenges human rights abuses committed by both Israel and Hamas. Because when you work in human rights, you take no sides. You work in service of the people and the laws that are there to protect them. And in Gaza, I met ordinary people who simply wanted to live in safety and dignity. I saw how human rights defenders and local journalists worked tirelessly to document abuses and bear witness to the world, often at great personal risk. One staff member I worked with was Jabba. His pride and joy, apart from his children and grandchildren, was his garden. Over the years, he'd made it a peaceful haven from the noise and pollution of the city. And I sat there in his garden with him, drinking tea under a vine-covered pergola, surrounded by art and colourful flowers. And then for our dinner, we picked fresh tomatoes, peppers and cucumbers from his raised beds and polytunnel. That garden will be flattened to dust now. I worked alongside many others there. Mona, Hamdi, Ibtasim, Abdul Halim, just to name just a few. Dedicated professionals, passionate about defending the rights of Palestinians, but also warm and caring people, sons and daughters, husbands and wives, mothers and fathers. Where are they now? That experience left me convinced that institutions like ours, no matter how far away, cannot stand by while others suffer. So, colleagues, this motion asks us to take 3 straightforward steps. First, to review our own investments and request that the Greater Gwent Pension Fund does the same, to identify holdings in companies supplying arms, military technology or logistical support which enable these horrendous breaches of international law. And then secondly, to engage with our asset managers and ask the pension fund to do the same, to take steps to end such investments. And third, to report back to this chamber within 3 months on progress. This is not radical, it is responsible. It is consistent with the decision we took on ethical investment in 2022, and it reflects the values of peace, human rights, and respect for law that our residents expect us to uphold. We're not setting foreign policy today, but we are deciding how to use public money that is entrusted to us. And if that money is found to be invested in companies that enable breaches of international law, whether in the killing of civilians, the obstruction of aid, or the deliberate targeting of journalists, then we have both the right and the moral duty to act. So, Chair, colleagues, this Council has already shown leadership in ensuring our investments are ethical. Today we can show that leadership again. We can clearly say that Monmouthshire will not have its money linked, however indirectly, to the death and destruction underway in Gaza today. I ask you to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I should have asked for a seconder. I'm sure there is one. I could see Councillor Rook. Do you want to speak now, or do you want to reserve your right?
No, I'll speak now if I can, Chair.
Yeah, if that's okay, Councillor Neil. I do apologise that you're expecting to speak next, but I'll take the seconder.
There is not a person in this chamber who does not watch events in Gaza with anything other than horror. We were horrified by the events on October the 7th, 2023, when Hamas organised the armed incursion into Israel, killing 1,251 people and taking 251 hostage. This campaign was undertaken by the Hamas government, not by the people of Gaza, and yet it is the people of Gaza who have suffered the retribution in such huge numbers. We are almost every day horrified by the actions of the Israeli government. These are not the actions of the people of Israel, but those of a government which appears to have no regard for international law. This Israeli government, time and time again, displaces people simply on the basis of their ethnicity. A government that acts to prevent any move towards a ceasefire. A government that allows famished people to be killed as they seek for food. The motion expresses our grave concern. The actions proposed are modest: to review our investments and request a review of investments by the pension fund. It asks that steps are taken to end such investments where they can be linked to breaches of international law. We all know how difficult it will be to make a link between any particular investment and a breach of international law, but where the link is clear, no doubt few in number, this motion asks that that investment stops. I therefore support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Rook, and we now have Councillor Neil.
Chair, sorry, can I ask a question? Is it appropriate for members in the public gallery to be filming us?
It's okay, is it? Yeah, so apparently it is in order, yeah. Given that it's will be on film anyway, it's probably a superfluous exercise, but there we go.
Okay,
Right.
noted, thank you.
Thank you. We're a very transparent bunch here. Yeah. Right. Where were we? Councillor Neil.
Chair, thank you. I do think it is different filming. What we don't know is being covered if it's close-ups of individuals and so on. I think that is a different matter than filming the entire council, but I'll leave that to your judgment call and respectfully do so. Just to say, if I may, that clearly there is a great deal of personal and passionate feeling behind the comments made by Councillor Chandler, and I fully respect that. And I completely understand why anyone would feel so strongly and so passionately and so personally involved in conflicts overseas. So just to firstly start with that. And our group fully recognises and respects the range of often passionately and deeply held views of our residents. Those residents that will hold on some of the world's most challenging issues. And in these troubled times, there are so many global problems. But we believe that our job as county councillors is to focus on the lives of our Monmouthshire residents. And every day we should be thinking of how we can work to make their lives better, how we can help to make our businesses and our farms more successful, our pupils achieve the very best possible outcomes, and our schools thrive, how we can fill the potholes, how we can get the best bus services, get the rivers cleaned, ensure the canal continues to thrive, support our libraries and community halls. These are the Monmouthshire issues for which we have a job to do, and it is our job to do that our Monmouthshire residents expect us to be focused on, not debating United Nations findings. When the United Nations starts debating Monmouthshire matters, then I'll be the first to support debating their findings. If we start debating global issues and the work of worldwide organizations such as the UN, where will that stop? For example, the very manufacturers of weapons that this motion targets will also be manufacturing weapons that our country has been shipping out and continues to do to Ukraine, to defend Ukraine from the Russian invasion. If we start meddling with investment in the international arms market, and surely we need a reality check that that is what we are currently debating in Monmouthshire County Council, would we really want to send that message to Ukraine that we don't support Ukraine? Opening this global Pandora's box would not stop there. Many would say that the USA makes it possible for its ally, Israel, to operate as it does. So should we give direction that no investment should be made in US businesses? And of course, there are so many more. What about China? Should Monmouthshire County Council urge that investment in Chinese companies ceases because the UN has determined, as it has done, that the People's Republic is responsible for the most serious human rights violations in Xinjiang province and the Uyghur people? At this rate, we would pretty soon find ourselves limiting all investment to a chip shop in Newport. We're Monmouthshire County councillors, not national or international representatives. We should stick to our job. And my goodness, it's not as if there isn't more than enough to keep any administration and cabinet member occupied every day of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Watts, please.
You, Chair. I mean, watching these scenes on television or reading the newspapers, they are harrowing, as they have been with the Ukrainian crisis. And I think everybody in the chamber has a sense of humanity or appalled by that. I mean, it's an interesting debate, but I want to just kind of cast your minds back to 2022, when it was reported in the Argus that the Gwent Pension Fund had lost £137 million or taken a hit as part of a perfect storm because they'd been invested in or taken a loss because of the obviously the outbreak of war. Now, at that point, they'd already partly invaded Ukraine, and we were tolerant of that. And yet the pension fund carried on investing in that investment to the point of war. Now, putting aside our political issues about whether we agree with the, whatever perspective we have on Israel or Ukraine, you have to be concerned about the risk associated with some of those investments. And I want to draw you to this point, really, is that we're completely disenfranchised as members. But importantly, we're disenfranchised. The people that work for us are entirely disenfranchised from any say whatsoever in the guidance or decisions that are made about their own pension fund. And yet in other local authorities across Gwent, they do have a say. And that needs to change immediately. So I think we should put some of this into perspective. We can all pontificate and have an opinion, but it's not very democratic when our own employees are not enfranchised in any of the decision-making process. Now, I've got my own particular views on it. I'm completely opposed to war. However, I do think it would be wrong to disinvest in companies that are basically investing in our own national security. So I've got more of a balanced perspective on it. But nevertheless, that's just my view. My perspective on this is that we should be looking at whether or not people in this work in this authority, and I think there's probably around about 3,000 to 4,000 people that pay into the fund from Monmouthshire, have any say whatsoever, and they don't. And this has been going on for far too long. Now, I appreciate Marianne's going to come along in a minute and say, well, it's going to go to the All Wales Pension Fund. I think that's a possible opportunity for review there. But I just wanted to make those points that we should never have been excluded from an active role within the Gwent Pension Fund, and that's partly why we're in we have this problem now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I've now got Councillor Howells.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Chandler, for bringing this important motion forward. The situation in Gaza is deeply troubling. Whatever your views on the wider political context, we cannot ignore the clear evidence that the United Nations and the respected human rights organisations that these serious breaches of international humanitarian law are taking place, including the targeting of civilians and the blocking of essential aid. As a council, our role is not to determine foreign policy, but we do have a responsibility to ensure that the money we manage, both directly and through the Greater Gwent Pension Fund, is used in a way that reflects our values. That means making sure our investments are not linked directly or indirectly to companies supplying arms, technology or logistical support to contribute to breaches of international law. The thought that our investments could be contributing to human misery and destruction is absolutely appalling and morally indefensible. This motion sets out a clear approach, first to review our investments, then to engage with asset managers where necessary, and finally to report back with progress. These are sensible steps that ensure that our financial decisions are consistent with our principles for peace, human rights and respect for the rule of law. Supporting this motion allows us to take practical actions within our remit and to show that we take our ethical responsibilities seriously. I stand firmly in support of this important motion and strongly urge my fellow councillors to do the same. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. Councillor Brocklesby.
Armand can read my brain. Unfortunately, it was the wrong side because that's not what I was going to talk about. I will do. It is beyond comprehension, the level of distress and crisis and trauma that is happening in Gaza. It is beyond comprehension, as Councillor Rook pointed out. the distress and trauma of the Hamas attack of October the 7th. It is appalling, but if we get to the heart of this motion, which I do support, and I do think as councillors we should reflect very carefully on the ethical dilemmas and the ethical decisions that we make every day as human beings and as councillors, which should inform us in the way that we carry out our public work. And we are asked to review the Gwent Pension Fund and our own investments. I think that is entirely the correct thing to do. We have agreed a motion, but also we have a pension fund which has environmental sustainability and governance principles built into it over the coming period, which asks it to ground test the ethics of the kind of investments we make. And these investments are both national and international. And we should have a view, and we should have a view that we can share with our residents. I expect my residents to ask me where, on a public pension fund, we are putting our investments and how we are supporting, not just on this issue of Gaza, but in how we invest locally, in local investments. There might be that chip shop in Newport that we'd want to invest in, so it can come into Monmouth and have an empire of chip shops supporting local businesses in the CCR region. I'm not suggesting we go down there, but we should recognise that we take judgments, and those judgments are part of the values and the ethics and testing out those dilemmas which we face all the time. We do have representation on the Gwent Fund, and I would like to congratulate Councillor Watts for pressing for that, because when we came as an administration back in 2022, we discovered there was no representation, and yet we had apparently been sending representation to the committees, of which we didn't have representation. It was almost Kafkaesque. And through through Councillor Watts taking this issue up, we were able to get employer representation on the Pension Fund Governance Board. But I agree with him. As it's required by the Welsh Government, all pension funds in Wales will amalgamate at the end of this financial year into the All Wales Pension Fund. This is another opportunity to really think through those ethical dilemmas and where we intend to invest in all sorts of ways. And I would remind you, Councillor Neil, that when we think of the situation in China, there are many funds now that are looking at the supply chain of solar panels precisely for the reason that you talk about, because they have ethical benchmarks in how they invest. This one is an important one. It is a tragedy that is unfolding. The deaths, the trauma, the destruction. We should be considering how we invest in this council. I support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Garrett, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Chandler as well for your heartfelt delivery and for sharing your personal experience with us of your time in Gaza. This motion is not an attack on Israeli citizens. Hundreds of thousands of them protested when the government tried to restrict their human rights and restrict the Supreme Court. Many reservists went on strike. Thousands opposed the war and are campaigning for the release of the remaining hostages. Israeli citizens won't be able to exercise their democratic rights until October 2026 to decide on who will lead them in the future. Many of their current leaders are subject to global sanctions. I support the motion and to ask MCC to review its investments and for the pension fund to review and identify investments and assets which fail the sniff test. Councillor Neil argues we should not be looking at global issues, but this has an impact on residents every time we turn on the news. I have to protect my children from the horrors broadcast every day. I won't put the news on when they're in the room. Who can watch these scenes? Many Monmouthshire residents are impacted either as pensioners or contributors to the scheme, so there is a local dynamic to this. The trustees of the fund have a fiduciary duty to members, but they also should ensure that investments are ethical and do not infringe on human rights of anybody anywhere in the world. I support the motion and hope other councillors will support it, and also other councils will be inspired by what Councillor Chandler has done today and take this step as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maybe.
Thank you. Yes, thank you to Councillor Chandler and Councillor Rook, and indeed Councillor Howells particularly made a lot of points which really touched me. I sometimes feel that since getting involved in local politics, I have less engagement and time for following national politics than ever, and it's sometimes quite hard to explain to friends why I haven't got fully formed views, or I'm not apparently doing anything about some of the big things that are happening nationally. What's happening in Gaza has just been unbearable to watch for the last 18 months and more. I do understand Councillor Neil's concern about us being distracted perhaps by things that we are powerless over, but I think we have to be really careful to not give in to that sense of powerlessness. We will benefit from these pension funds. If we're benefiting from them, surely we must take responsibility for what they're invested in. And from that point of view, at the very least, we really need to do what we can to make sure that they're invested in the most ethical possible way. I do realise that's not easy, but I fully support this motion, and I huge respect to those residents in Monmouthshire who've never let up on this issue, who've continued to campaign endlessly and to remind us of the horrors that are happening. So I fully support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Birch, please.
I think we have all seen the unfolding events in Gaza with horror, and knowing that nothing we do here in Monmouthshire will make a difference, even though we take seriously our responsibility as internationalists, as global citizens. But we are responsible for the impact of how we use our own resources, how personally and collectively and on behalf of our citizens. And in passing this motion today, we stand taking seriously international law in pursuance of the rulings of the United Nations, and also in solidarity with the people of Gaza and with the Israeli citizens who are so bravely refusing military service today, very much at personal cost. So I support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
Thanks very much. And I'm reflecting on Councillor Neil's suggestion that this council would be best served if it focused on issues within our own boundaries, and that of course should be our major concern, but I cannot accept that it is our only concern. We are elected to be representatives of the people of Monmouthshire, and I think that puts a responsibility on us to articulate views which reflect the views of people in Monmouthshire as best as we can. I reflect also on the prayer that Councillor Lane put to us at the beginning of this meeting when he asked us to recognise the humanity in all of us. And it does occur to me, as we reflect on so many problems in so many parts of the world over so many millennia, that they are triggered by the evil that results from not recognizing the humanity in all of us. For millennia in Europe, large groups of people did not recognize the humanity of Jewish people, and we all recognize where that ended. And Monmouthshire Council would have spoken up, I have no doubt, in wanting to recognise the humanity of those people in the 1930s. where we are at the moment, sadly, there is an Israeli government reflected in the quotations that Councillor Chandler gave us, who are not recognising the humanity of their Palestinian neighbours. And I think it is a responsibility on this council to call that out. And that's why I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. I think I can speak for everybody in welcoming Councillor Maureen Powell to speak. Maureen, we're missing you in the chamber. We know that you would be here if it had been at all possible, and we look forward to seeing you actually back here in person as soon as that's appropriate. The floor is yours, Maureen.
Thank you. Being of one of the few people who went through the last war, I was living in Birmingham at the time, and we were bombed. We had 6 weeks of blitz and all sorts of things. And if I thought that anybody in our country was supporting anybody who was providing armament or anything else to our opposition, I'd have been livid. I don't think that we should help to support other countries with their armaments. I think it is wrong. You've got to think about that. We had an incendiary in our roof, and it didn't destroy the whole house, but it destroyed a lot of the top of the house. And my memories are very vivid of that. And I would be very upset. So I'm sorry, but I cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. And now Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. A little while ago, Amnesty Monmouth wrote to, I believe, all councillors asking about the pension fund, their responsible investment, ethical investment policy. I don't know about others, but I wrote to the pension service to ask, to inquire, not only just about the dreadful the potential for connection with Gaza, but generally about what does that mean? What does our ethical investment policy mean? What are we investing in? And I was sent kind of the annual report, if you like, and I was advised that the pension fund's responsible investment policy states that the committee believes that engaging with companies is preferable to blanket disinvestment, anyway. And I wrote again to say, well, can you tell me then what kind of companies are we investing in? Are we investing in any companies that are involved directly in conflict? And I was obviously thinking of Gaza, but of other areas, because it is not the only area where there are breaches of international law and humanitarian law. And I still haven't got a clear answer. So whilst obviously I've heard the discussion across the chamber, I think it's a concern that we aren't really clear, or certainly I don't feel clear as an elected member, what our ethical investment policy looks like in detail, what kinds of companies and, I don't know, businesses and operations we are investing in. And, you know, that's obviously not just from a personal perspective, but from the perspective of these are the pension funds of obviously a whole load of employees that we have some responsibilities towards. So I feel that we should be clear, and I appreciate and I think it's really helpful that Councillor Chandler has brought this motion forward, but I think for me it also highlights some wider concerns about what we know about the details of these important aspects of council business and what investments. And I take on board Councillor Neil's points too, but I still would prefer us to be in a position of, you know, to be informed, to be making knowledgeable decisions, because I don't see how we can make good, responsible investment because I'm thinking about obviously arms and conflict in this particular debate, but I'm also thinking about other aspects that we talk a lot about climate change. You know, we just haven't got, we just don't know, I think. And that is a concern to me, and one that I would very much like to see rectified. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Callard.
Thank you, Chair. I just, I think I share the feelings of many here when we see the scenes in Gaza, and our heart breaks. And on Councillor Neil's point of, well, there might be 1,000 heartbreaks in the world, probably more than that, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do anything about the ones that we can and the ones that we can influence. My portfolio, as councillors will be aware, is the finance portfolio, and I'm happy to support this motion. I'm happy to work with both Councillor Chandler, other members of Cabinet and officers, and indeed any other members of Council to try and, I think, shed that light that Councillor Taylor asked for, so we can try and have a better understanding and do what we can in order to make sure that, our pension funds are not funding breaches of international humanitarian law. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. I don't think so. Councillor Chandler, you have the right to reply. Do you want to go to the front again? No, you can do it from now.
Yeah, no, I'll take it from here for the summing up. But thank you, Chair, and thank you to everybody that's spoken out in favour of this motion, and for the people in the public gallery giving their support. I have to say I am disappointed that Councillor Neil, speaking on behalf of the Conservative group, said that they're not going to be supporting it. I'm quite surprised by that. I deliberately crafted the motion in a way that I thought would gather cross-party support, so I do find that very disappointing that they're not reflecting the public opinion of the residents of Monmouthshire and of our workers. And in fact, since the tabling this motion, I've been contacted by many residents of Monmouthshire and also by council staff who have their pensions in the fund, thanking me for raising this motion and expressing their support for this motion and hoping that it succeeds. Because this isn't about party politics. I could be making, party political claims about how the Green Party has been the only party to consistently be calling for a ceasefire and an end to arms sales, but that's not the essence of this motion. The essence of this motion is about what we do as a responsible group here. What do we do as a collective group of councillors? As Councillor Taylor highlighted, I do think, I agree with her wholeheartedly about the lack of clarity, the whole idea of what's the pension fund called a responsible investment strategy. They've explicitly said it's not an ethical one, it's a responsible one. Means in essence that they carry on investing in companies that are basically doing bad things, but then use their shareholdings to try and influence company behaviour. And as Councillor Taylor said, while that might work in some circumstances, it is naive to expect that they could persuade a fossil fuel company to stop producing fossil fuels or persuade an arms manufacturer to stop producing an arms. As Amnesty highlighted in the fact sheet they gave us, of those of you that took one on the way in, that the Greater Gwent Pension Fund invests in Elbit Systems, which is Israel's biggest private weapons manufacturer. So I don't think any positive engagement in their boardroom is making a huge amount of difference there. And I do recognise that ensuring our council investments and those of our pension funds, making them comply with this motion, will not be easy. But just because something is difficult does not mean to say it's not the right thing to do. I want to acknowledge the public question that was put forward, which was looking at the broader issue of the occupation of Palestinian lands, not just in Gaza and East Jerusalem. And this is also something that's very close to my heart. I've been working active on the rights of Palestinians in the occupied territories since I was living and working in Jordan in 1984 alongside Palestinian refugees who were forced from their homes in the 1948 Nakba. And over the past 40 years, I've worked with many Palestinians and Israelis who have been campaigning for the respect of human rights and an end to the occupation of Palestinian land and the oppression of those Palestinian people. to the extent I've even facilitated a conference in Bethlehem of the World Council of Churches, where they were deciding their position on the Israeli occupation of Palestinian land. And I've worked with B'Tselem, who's the main Israeli human rights organisation that has been also called out the genocide in Gaza. Of course, I utterly condemn the attack by Hamas in October 2023 and the taking of hostages. Of course. Civilians are never a legitimate target, even when resisting an occupation or oppression by a foreign power. But the response from the Israeli government has been totally disproportionate. As I said earlier, tens of thousands of men, women and children killed, about 1 in 30 people. Whole populations forced to move, their homes and communities destroyed. This is a racist collective punishment, ethnic cleansing and potentially genocide, and completely illegal under international law. I would like to quote, without trying to make any point scoring, the Green Party's new leader, Zach Polanski, who is Jewish and who has been a consistent advocate for the rights of Palestinians in Gaza and opposing the genocide. Zach said, "I don't oppose the genocide in Gaza despite my Jewishness. I oppose it because of my Jewishness. Because when we said never again, we meant it for everyone, not just for one group." So, councillors, this, at the end of the day, this isn't about determining foreign policy. It's not about debating UN institutions such as Councillor Neil put forward. This, at the end of the day, this is a moral issue. Do we and our council staff, past and present, want our council reserves and our pensions to be supporting genocide? That is the question. I ask you that question and I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We will now move to a vote on this motion. Should be coming up on your screen shortly. Here we go. Right, 21:37. 20. I'm trying to do my maths here. 36, 39. Everybody submitted? Oh. Possibly apart from me. Right, okay. That's clearly a majority. Yep. Happy for me to call that? Yep. Right, well that motion is clearly passed, actually with no votes against and 17 abstentions. Yep. It might interest councillors to know that one of the former members of Monmouthshire County Council is actually buried in Gaza City Cemetery in the Commonwealth War Graves Commission burial ground there. That is Captain Elida Herbert from Lanover. His name is on the memorial in the foyer there. You might want to take a look at it when you go out. Never has the term "rest in peace" perhaps been more inappropriate than in that occasion. Lord knows what the condition of that cemetery is at the moment. Okay, I am going to move on now to the next motion, and then we'll take a break after that. We've got 3 motions to cover. Thank you, everybody. So we'll be moving on to Councillor Bryn. The numbering of the motions has moved a bit, but I think we know which one we're on. Councillor Bryn's motion. And before Councillor Bryn speaks, yeah, I'm not going to. I'll just make it clear that if people do need to move for a quick comfort break, and they're back in sort of 2 minutes, I'm not going to stop them from voting on the motion. I think that's a sort of a human rights issue involved there, particularly for those of us who are, shall we say, getting a bit older, yeah, and these things have to be taken into account. So, right, we'll give people a chance to move, but okay, off we go. Yeah, so we go in. Right. Right, I need to ask for a second there for Councillor Bryn's motion before Councillor Bryn speaks. Councillor Taylor, thank you. Okay, Councillor Bryn, the floor is yours.
Okay. Diolch Cadeirydd. Following the announcement in August that Monmouthshire has joined the WHO Global Network for Age-Friendly Cities and Communities, the WHO network, which commits to listening to the needs of their ageing population, assesses and monitors their age-friendliness and work collaboratively with older people to create age-friendly physical and social environments. This council agrees that it will support towns and communities to become better places to grow older and resolves to increase its investment and focus on enhancing highway infrastructure to improve residents' mobility beyond private vehicles and to advance the reporting and recording of footway taxonomy required to achieve this within the county. The UK government is set to unveil a significant revision of its road safety strategy, which is expected to particularly affect older drivers. Notably, over a quarter of Monmouthshire residents are aged over 65. Safe pavements are essential for pedestrians with limited mobility, as they greatly influence their independence, mobility and overall well-being. For those with mobility impairments, accessible pavements are not merely a convenience, they are vital for daily navigation, service access and maintaining social relationships. Currently, there is a shortage of revenue and capital funding, and Monmouthshire County Council struggles to maintain a clear understanding of the condition of footway and curb assets, making it incredibly challenging, if not impossible, for us as councillors to report and schedule footway improvements. We need a system in place that mirrors that of our highway system. Competition for footway space from soil build-up, signage and parked vehicles further complicates the situation. For some residents, these challenges lead to longer and more stressful journeys, abandoned trips, social isolation and exclusion, reduced independence and increased costs. This can also translate to decreased foot traffic for local businesses. If individuals find it difficult to walk or use mobility aids, accessing opportunities related to work and to education may become a struggle, and this can lead to social isolation and loss of confidence and even anxiety and depression. The UK government has goals for a golden age of active travel, with a target of 50% for urban journeys to be made by public transport, walking or cycling by 2030. And to support this, councils must address the accessibility of bus stops, as raised stops without drop curbs hinder access for disabled individuals. Tackling issues like uneven surfaces, narrow pathways and obstacles such as A-boards, soil build-up and poorly parked vehicles is essential. The goal is to ensure pedestrians, especially those using mobility aids or with visual impairments, can navigate safely and comfortably, fostering active travel and inclusive communities. Potholes and uneven pavements pose significant risks and must be prioritised for repair. Safe and accessible local pavements result in increased confidence and reduced isolation for many residents, encouraging physical activity, fostering community engagement and reducing isolation. Safe pavements enhance independence, contribute to a higher quality of life and positively impact well-being, mental and physical health and the ambition of our community and corporate plan. If I can quote Chris Thompson, Programme Manager for Living Street Scotland, "We all deserve streets that are safe and welcoming, so we can enjoy the many benefits that come from walking and wheeling our everyday journeys. Many of us want to walk more, but need better pavements, better public transport connections, and better walking routes to feel safe and confident to do so. A commitment to invest in walking is a commitment to creating a country where people enjoy healthier lives and communities thrive." Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Taylor, do you want to speak now or later? No? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. You might not be surprised by my support for this particular motion. You'll be aware that for the past, 13 years, I think now, I've been supporting Mago within the walkway station to become a reality. The crux of that is that it is a walkway station, which means that we need people to walk, wheel and arrive there by other means other than the private vehicle, which of course for so long in Monmouthshire has been king. Indeed, many conversations about the 20 mile an hour, are about those people that are slightly irritated or irritated greatly by not, or by feeling that they can't reach their destination by car quickly. But what we must do is change that narrative as best we can. We fully appreciate some of the limitations that there are in parts of Monmouthshire in respect of public transport, public access to footways, because of the nature of our county. However, that shouldn't be a barrier to us thinking forward, thinking how we can plan any new developments, plan places that are connected. In order for us to have connected, sustainable communities, we need to think about these things. We can't just assume that everybody will have access to a car and will be able to go wherever they need to. Even if one does have access to a car, being able to walk or use a mobility aid to safely arrive at a destination, such as a pharmacy or a doctor's surgery, is indeed important. In fact, if just interestingly, and I wasn't particular, we have been doing some placemaking working maybe with Andy. And there was a bit of a walkabout with the consultants looking at the connectivity of our local area, in particular to places like where the walkway station will be located, and also over to the community hub, etc. As it goes, the one of the consultant, and I'm sure he wouldn't like it if I described him as being an older person, but and he's not, but he actually twisted his ankle because the footway, as you go through the main part of the village, is very uneven, very narrow, and not particularly helpful for those with mobility aids, it has to be said. Indeed, much of Maker Square, even though it is wonderfully flat in comparison to some other parts of the county, has a real issue with pavement parking. So there are many things that we can think about as we move forward. And so I commend my colleagues' motion to you and support it, understanding that we can't do everything immediately and Rome wasn't built in a day, but it is about us rethinking perhaps the way we approach active travel, not just as a thing to add on to something, but as a fundamental principle of how we think about communities and designing new communities and the connections between them. Try walking between Maker with Undy and the estates that exist therein. It is quite a challenge to go from one to another because that was never thought about in the way that it should have. So perhaps we can do better for future generations and future older generations too. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And I have Councillor Neil.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you also, Councillor Bryn, for putting forward a motion. Hopefully we all want safer and better infrastructure, both for our rural communities and in our towns. But we're being asked to vote on a motion that states, and I quote in the two sections of the same sentence, "This council agrees and resolves to increase its investment and focus on enhancing highway infrastructure." We would surely be irresponsible to make financial commitments of such a specific but also broad nature outside of the budget planning process itself. If we commit to any number of areas of expenditure mid-year, any administration would find it impossible to balance its budget without, well, dare I say it, simply adding the bill onto the backs of our residents and our businesses. So before we go any further, Chair, can we be clear on what we are being asked to vote on? Our group surely would never be able to agree to an open-ended financial commitment, and is £1 more, or what is it that we are committing to? And that is, regardless of where the reason itself is. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor, I've lost it now. Is that Councillor Garrett? Yes, Councillor Garrett. Sorry, is it? Yes, my apologies. Councillor Howells. The numbers are very small on my screen. Councillor Howells.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. I'm very pleased to support this motion from Councillor Bryn. Monmouthshire has taken an important step forward in joining the WHO Global Network for Age-Friendly Cities and Communities. This is a commitment to listen to the voices of our older residents, to assess how age-friendly our communities are, and to work in partnership with those residents to build towns and villages where people can live well at every stage of their lives. The motion focuses on one of the most practical and urgent aspects of that commitment, mobility. We all know that independence in later life depends on the ability to get around safely and with confidence. For many of our older residents, and indeed for people of all ages and with disabilities, health conditions, or simply without access to a car, the quality of pavements, crossings, and local infrastructure is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Poorly maintained or obstructed footways, a lack of drop curbs, or unsafe routes can turn what should be a simple journey to the shop, the GPs, or a community centre into a daunting or impossible challenge. This motion calls for us to invest more on our pedestrian highway infrastructure and to improve how we record and report on footway conditions. It is about ensuring that when we plan, budget and repair, we are guided by accurate information and by the needs of the people who rely most on our public spaces. Supporting this motion is not about older residents, only about our older residents, though it is right that we put their needs at the heart of our work. Better pavements, safer crossings, and the mobility beyond the private car benefit parents with pushchairs, children walking to school, and all of us when we choose healthier, more sustainable ways to travel. If we are serious about being part of the WHO age-friendly network, then we must be serious about practical measures that make daily life easier, safer, and more inclusive. This motion gives us a clear opportunity to show that commitment in action, and one that I will be supporting. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. Right, this time it is Councillor Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Bryn, as well, for bringing this motion to us. And I'm probably the only councillor who fully benefits from the recently improved active travel footpath from Williamsfield Lane to Mono Bridge via Bridges, the new crossing for pedestrians and cyclists, and the route towards Kingsfee, the new playground, and on to Kingsford Gate, where the final phase of the active travel route is currently being worked on. I've also been using my role as MCC Governor at Haberdasher School, Monmouth, to work with Councillor Birch to try and facilitate the progress on the construction of the bridge across the Wye, which the Planning Committee has already approved. And this will link Wylesham and the sports facilities across the Wye, including the new Eddie Butler Sports Centre. So I fully support this motion. There are other ways of getting money, Councillor Neil. We are using Transport for Wales, and applying. The officers have shown they're very good at capable at applying for grants and getting the funding we need to bring in these improved facilities. So I fully support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Maybe.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to support this motion, and I've really enjoyed the interventions so far. I relate very much to the core aims of the motion. It's interesting when I look at how our roads are designed. As you can imagine, I've thought about this a lot in the last couple of years. I'm struck by two things in particular. The older roads and lanes in the past would have carried a mixture of horses and pedestrians and wagons, but with wagons massively less frequent or huge than now, quite apart from not being motorised. These roads are now dominated by motor vehicles, which assume priority, and this is really a cultural issue that we've developed over the last 50 years or so, and they're often travelling at speeds that makes sharing any space unpleasant and dangerous. Some of them are so huge that they're too big to pass others in some places and are actually damaging road edges. And then we have the roads built more recently, many in the latter part of the last century, and designed primarily for motor vehicles. But even these were not designed for the size and quantity we have now. The bridge issues that we've been facing, which are not only on the M48-7 bridge, I've also heard about something similar in Newport City and elsewhere, are really just one indication of infrastructure not being able to cope with the size and weight of vehicles and the quantity of them that we have now. So when you look at people trying to walk and cycle and shift from use of motor vehicles in urban areas to active and inclusive travel, you can see just how difficult it is. This council has worked hard to try and improve facilities for walking and cycling and other forms of wheeling. We're keenly aware of the needs for inclusivity and making our roads safer for our most vulnerable road users, not just for the elderly, but also for children, for other non-drivers, indeed for all of us, given the multiple health and social benefits of walking and cycling. I have been disappointed at times at the resistance to interventions we're making to support this. There still seems to be a desire to put the convenience of car drivers above the need for the mobility and safety of others. I'm echoing, I think, Councillor Taylor's comments here. Sometimes to the extent of drivers wanting to save a few minutes on a journey rather than give up any road space to others. I understand this is a really difficult adjustment, but I think it's one that we have to embrace going forward. It's a cultural and behavioural change, and it will take time, and I just ask you all to help and not to hinder this. On the investment needed, this is one of the big asks in this motion. Retrofitting footways is expensive and frustratingly slow. As we found, Williamsfield Lane is nearly done, which is wonderful. It's been a long journey, but this is a reason to keep plodding on with it. We have to get through each difficult stage, not giving up. We have done well with getting grants to help, but Councillor Bryn is also highlighting the need for better maintenance of existing footways, quite rightly. We've discussed often in this chamber the challenges we face with the condition of our infrastructure. We have increased investment this year. We've taken advantage of loans supported by Welsh Government, and I hope that that will grow in future years. Until now, there has been no separate dedicated budget for footways within this. So it is an important point that Councillor Bryn is making. It's been included really in the general investment, and so you can imagine the difficulty in prioritising footways specifically. But we've taken a step forward this year in that we've included footways specifically in our annual GACE survey, which will enable us to prioritise them in a similar way to Highway Network for future investment. So it is a direction we're moving in, and you know, I'm very pleased to have council support to keep moving in that direction. I think basically in terms of budgets, I've got to say something. Budgets are always tight. I don't want to make empty promises, but I think it's something that we've got to dedicate ourselves to try and do. So I very much support the aims of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Riley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I live in a particularly rural location in Monmouthshire. It's no secret that I have 3 chronic conditions, one of which is terminal, and I'm in receipt of palliative support. I currently appear well to many people, and I'm able to drive, but this will not continue, and I will not be able to continue to live where I do if something isn't done. I have tried to fathom the grassroots system, and it's beyond me. There are no pavements, so a mobility scooter is impossible. And whereas I agree with Councillor Neil that to try and deal with this sort of matter outside of a budget, he is my local councillor, is not viable. I just wonder what we are going to do, what we can do, and I support the motion because, yeah, I want to continue living where I am, and to not be able to do will cause me significant expense or some other service that will have to help me out. So, yeah, maybe we need to look practically at that matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackie Strong.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to welcome the news that Monmouthshire County Council became an age-friendly community. We joined obviously the global network of such cities and communities around the world, and seek to learn from other communities how they are dealing with lots of different issues that affect an ageing population. One of the issues and the vision is to support people to continue living independently as well as they can, and to age and live well. One of these things is actually improving local services and environments and creating urban and green spaces that are safe and easy to get to. By prioritising prevention, this fits in with our placemaking schemes, and it should be central to that when we're talking about how we develop our communities to make sure that our residents age well within those communities. It doesn't just affect older people, but as it's been said before, it's families, it's children, it's people that are maybe younger that have got mobility issues as well. So the issue of paths and getting to and from services, as Councillor Taylor said, getting to the chemist, not having to rely on a car, but you can only do that if paths and footways are pothole free and are actually there. We've got a path that actually connects one part of Caldicot to the school and to the town centre, that this time of year is just a mud bath. You know, we've asked for that to be looked at. It could be, you know, something could be done at quite low cost, but you do need the funds to be able to do that. We're really welcome in the last few months that actually some steps to the local football club that was in disrepair for the last 2 years has been mended. And I actually, you know, really sort of, you know, the amount of residents that have spoken to me, that they're so pleased that actually something has been done. We've got a bright yellow handrail up against it as well. So that is just an example of how, by actually doing something small, it actually affects all of the people within that community to be able to go from our little town centre to the football club or to the scout hut or to the town council building safely. And it's all those little things, but it actually means that it is about talking to local people and finding out what is important to them. And I'm hoping that although this is the start of our journey as an age-friendly community, we start to listen to our residents. We actually put them first and actually don't create, you know, active travel plans that aren't actually relating to where people want to go to and from. And I really sort of thank Councillor Bryn for bringing this to Council this afternoon, and hopefully we can all work together to actually ensure that our age-friendly communities is a successful plan, and actually we get to really make Monmouthshire as the best place we can for both older people and families who want to live within our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Birch, please.
Thank you, Chair. I too would like to thank Councillor Bryn for bringing this motion today and for her consistent and always thoughtful championing of the needs of pedestrians and cyclists. Many colleagues here know that I've spent quite a lot of this summer with my mum in and out of the Grange as she recovers mobility after her latest fall, and I'd like to thank everybody for their good wishes. So I know very personally the difference which is made by having a built environment that's easy to navigate for people with poor sight and iffy balance, people who use a stick or a trolley or a mobility scooter and who can't walk very far. And this is a matter of public health, because a pavement tripping hazard can, as we all know, result in a broken hip, in hospital treatment, and that downward spiral of a loss of independence and confidence, infection, and sadly even death. And what we inherited here was a built environment in most of our towns where there were, you know, patches of significant investment in the past from Welsh Government, but elsewhere where the cracks were literally showing, potholed roads, patched pavements, dug up repeatedly by utility companies and driven over by heavy vehicles. And I'm never criticising previous administrations for concentrating their attention on school buildings in the years of Tory austerity, but the result is a backlog of highways and public realm repairs that have been very visible to our residents and will take years of sustained investment to turn around. And also, of course, there have been planning approvals, perhaps less forgivable, for schemes which are really not designed for pedestrians, but for the motor car. So what we've been doing so far is increasing responsive repairs and raising the priority of walking routes and pavements. We've increased enforcement of pavement parking in our towns. We're using active travel funding and Safer Routes in Communities funding to improve access to vital services like the GP surgery on Woodstock Way in Caldicot. Some of those interventions are major and long-term, things like the big active travel bridge schemes in Abergavenny and Monmouth, the new multi-user route in Caldicot, while others are really small, because we know that handrail alongside a step or bench in the right place, a disabled parking bay or getting the bus stops right, can make a huge difference to somebody's confidence in getting around and their life. Things like just clearing a path. And things are improving. The placemaking plans, as has been said, are all capturing the improvements that residents want. Again, a mix of very small and very large schemes, which will probably need to be funded in different ways, improvements to make our towns more inclusive, more attractive, safer and friendly for people of all ages. And I hope that older people in every town will continue to engage with the delivery of those plans as we look for the resources to implement them. Because all of our journeys start at the pavement outside our front door, and at a county-wide level, the Geist surveys being undertaken will record for the first time the condition of every pavement, as well as every highway, to allow prioritisation of scheduled works. So that is a major change, as Councillor Maybe has said. We've also been prepared to take difficult decisions where the convenience of drivers conflicts with the safety of pedestrians. And Goldwire Lane in Monmouth is a case in point, and I congratulate Councillor Maybe on her tenacity in championing the needs of older pedestrians to have a safer route to town. And in my own ward, I've been doing what I think we all do. I've been lobbying Sutra to fix the pavement alongside the A40, reporting broken pavements and potholes to the highways team, and working with our dedicated officers to achieve those small improvements that people raise with me as issues that affect their daily lives. Small victories like the extra street light in Chapel Road, because that's our job as councillors, and I know that everybody here will be doing the same thing. Keep them coming. Things don't get fixed if nobody knows about them. And unfortunately, many of those improvements rely on external funding and also design work by officers. So it's often difficult to give a timescale. And we know that we need better systems to capture that list of requests and ensure that they never get lost in the system, so that when resources become available, they can be completed. Because the safety and confidence of older residents is of utmost importance to this administration. And I wholeheartedly support this motion.
Thank
Can I
you.
make a point of order, please?
Sorry, I'm going to voice for something.
Could I respectfully make a point of order?
Go on. You can raise a point of order.
It refers to the question I put earlier, because I sense in the chamber there's widespread support for what this is aiming to do, but the sticking point.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a point of order.
Well, the process that we are going through is to consider the
well, which is the number of a point of order you want to raise?
Okay, I'm raising the point of order about what we're actually debating, and I've asked for clarification about what investment means, and it does seem to me that that's the sticking point.
Well, yeah, I don't think that's a point of order. It's an interesting point, but it's not a point of order. Okay,
it's the process that we're debating.
Okay, where were we? Councillor Garrick, I think you had a hand up and it's disappeared. Did you want to speak?
I decided that my points have largely been covered by others.
You got very faint. Was that a no? Was it? Okay, so no. Okay.
Sorry, Chair, it's a no. Thank you.
Okay, right. Okay, Councillor Jones, then, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Emma, for bringing this motion. I support the WHO and the WHO Global Network for Age-Friendly Cities and Communities, which commits to listening to the needs of the ageing population. But then some say I wouldn't I? Because I'm one of those. But however, I am also aware that the request to increase its investment and focus on enhancing highway and infrastructure is a concern at a time when the budgets are so tight. At this stage, perhaps we could mention the community councils, the role that they could play, and the role of the town councils as well, because we do quite a lot in our for our pavements, and sometimes potholes as well. But we do quite a lot to help make the environment more friendly for the older population. So please support your community council and town councils, because that will help the funding situation. However, we support the principle, but we do need to make financial decisions based on evidence in front of us, including costings, because the concern is that we are asking for more money and it's just not there. So we'll support the motion as we agree with the principle, but please can we sort out the finances? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I can't see any other hands, so Councillor Bryn, you're right to reply.
Thank you. It's really good to hear overwhelming support for this motion, though I appreciate the concerns about the finances. And I guess part of it is not just finding new money, it's making sure that we dedicate a bigger slice of the cake to the pavements of the highway budget. But other than that, I'd like to ask when I can come back, if this goes forward, when I can come back to discuss this again. Do you think it would be advised that I came back in like 3 months or 6 months, or if it got... Anyway, thank you. Hopefully everybody will vote for this and we can see it move forward. Joe.
Briefly, I just wanted to come in. Councillor Neil was close to a point of order, not quite, but nearly there. So it is just worth reminding Council that regardless of how you vote today, it is an executive function to bring forward a budget. This motion does not specify a when and a how much. So I think, Councillor Bryn, in answer to your last point, I imagine you'll be having a look at the initial budget proposed by the Cabinet and possibly using that as a vehicle to return to this. So Councillor Neil, I wasn't ignoring your point in any way, shape or form. I understood it, but I don't think it quite made it in the way that you were presenting it.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask for advice. Piece on a chat from Councillor Chand there. Can he still vote? Okay, right. All right. I'll rule that Councillor Chand has heard enough to understand. He heard Councillor Neil's, or most of Councillor Neil's speech, which is an important thing, and he heard a clarification there, and the speech is for as well. So I'll allow the vote in that case. Right. So let's move to a vote, please. Okay, of 36, that's more or less, I think that's fair, yep. Right, that's carried then, 37-4, not against, but with 4 abstentions. 38-4 now, 4 abstentions. So, thank you everybody on that one. We will take a break now. Let's have 15 minutes. I'm just checking what the time says now. Let me tell what the time is. Right, yeah, okay, well, let's call it 20 past. So, 25-2, please. 25-2. That's 13 minutes. Okay, if we take our seats, please. It'll be proposed that we flip them, but we'll see what happens, all right? And in your seats, please. Right. Councillor Neil is suggesting he might want to move a procedural motion.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, it's no need because my colleague Richard John has just shown up on the screen.
Oh, right.
It was only in case.
Okay, Councillor John has returned from the school run, so we can take his motion after
Thank you,
all.
Chair.
Right. Okay. Right. So we'll move on to motion 4. Okay, which is in the name of Councillor John. Are you with us, Councillor John?
I am. Hi, Chair. Right, well, thank you very much. That was a very quick 15 minutes.
Yeah, sorry, I'm interrupting you again. I should have asked for a seconder anyway. Let's just get a name of a seconder before you speak. Have we got a seconder for Councillor John's motion?
Yeah, Chair, I'm happy to second that, Councillor Pavia.
Right, so who was that? That was Councillor Pavia. Okay, thank you. Right, okay, Councillor John, far away.
Hang on. I have my hand up.
No.
Oh, right, okay. I didn't understand your instructions.
You're not seconding the motion then.
She's very welcome to.
This is getting silly, so shall we move on? Councillor John.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everyone, again. The Welsh Government's organisational code states that local authorities should review provision when a school has 25% or more surplus places in an individual school. In the Monmouth cluster of primary schools, 2 schools have 38% surplus places, another school has 33%, and a further 3 schools have 20% surplus places. The number of surplus places is growing year on year, and at the current projection, within 12 months, the cluster as a whole will have an average of more than 25% surplus places. There are currently 432 surplus places in the cluster, which is more than a 2-form entry primary school. In the Chepstow cluster, there are 2 primary schools with a significant proportion of surplus places, and surplus places in the cluster total around 250, which is greater than a single-form entry primary school. The Welsh Government has guidance around surplus places for good reason, to ensure that our school estate is as efficient as possible, so we can spend as little on running costs as possible, and so most of the school budget reaches the classroom. An efficient school estate means there's less money to spend on teachers, one-to-one support and school equipment. This administration inherited an efficient school estate. The last administration secured the future of our 2 smaller schools, Lambie Hangle, Crewcorney and Landogo, by partnering them with larger primary schools, primarily to drive up standards of leadership. And we'd spent years developing plans for a new all-through school in Abergavenny, which enabled Ysgol Gymraeg Efenni to move to larger premises at the former Derry View site. We're in the 4th year now of this administration, and other than plans that they inherited from us, like the King Henry 3-19 school, nurseries in Trellick and ARW, Section 106 monies inherited from previous developments, we've seen little to no progress on the school estate. Before Caldecott and Monmouth comprehensive school rebuilds were completed, I'd already brought forward an ambitious plan for a new school in Abergavenny. The administration's attention should have already now turned to Chepstow, and we should expect to see a business case for a new school there, so pupils have parity with secondary pupils elsewhere in the county. The previous administration committed to renewing Chepstow School, and it is extremely disappointing that we're so far behind in drawing up plans to renew it. We recognise that there are complex issues that need consideration about pupil retention, sizing of the school, and the complexities of a shared estate with the leisure centre. Now, at the July full council meeting, we were assured that 2 reports would be forthcoming to scrutiny committees and cabinet this autumn, a paper to address surplus places in Chepstow, and a paper to address surplus places in Monmouth, and to address the future expansion needs of Ysgol Gymraeg Trefynwy. There was a report scheduled for a Cabinet decision on the 15th of October, which proposed the start of a statutory consultation. A statutory consultation is how you begin the process of formally closing a school. The decision was removed from the Cabinet Forward Plan on Friday the 25th of August, Friday the 25th of July, coincidentally the day after a town council by-election in Wylesham. Nothing has replaced this planned report, so it begs the question, what is the administration's plan to deal with surplus places in these two clusters, and when can we expect to see those reports? It's really important that they go through scrutiny prior to a Cabinet decision, but the Council Forward Planner is bare. In response to concerns about Kimmin View, the new Cabinet member has stated that the administration is not now planning to close any schools. While I welcome the clarity, I'm keen to know how these surplus places will be addressed. The Chief Officer told the full Council in July that the numbers of new houses proposed in the RLDP are insufficient to address surplus places. On the 19th of July, information was shared on social media from within the Kimmin View school community that Kimmin View was under threat of closure, and the Council intended to use the site as the new home of Ysgol Gymraeg Trefynwy. The administration responded to this firstly by issuing a comment to the media that the suggestion was speculative, and was followed by a series of denials from the administration, including comments from the Cabinet Member for Resources that, and I quote, "It has never been the plan," and emails to residents from the leader that, and I quote, "There are no plans to close," what she described in her email, "Kimmin School. There never has been." These three statements are not true. We know that there was a plan. It was presented to us in a 90-minute seminar in private session. I have a copy of the plan here. It wasn't a presentation of a series of options. There was one plan on the table: the closure of Kimmin View and the relocation of Ysgol Gymraeg Trefynwy. It is not unusual for councillors to have confidential information shared with them, and we respected that confidentiality, but made it very clear that when it entered the public domain, we would campaign against the closure, and we did. It entered the public domain during the last couple of days of the by-election campaign, which was not of our choosing, and the issue had not previously appeared in any of our by-election literature. We did not share. We did exactly what the public would expect of a responsible opposition, amplifying information and sharing with the public information about how they could challenge the council's proposal. There is no doubt that this was the plan of the administration. I even received an email from the Cabinet Member for Education confirming that the Cabinet had agreed, and I quote, I have forewarned Councillor Grocott that I would be quoting his email to me, agreed to take first steps to enter a public consultation on the closure of Kimmin View, which currently has 38% spare capacity, brackets, figures are in one of the slides. If that eventually works its way through the system, the idea is that the school reopens as Ysgol Gymraeg Trefynwy at some point down the tracks. All the best, Martin. Now, I'm not going to lower the tone of this debate, as others have done today, by accusing councillors of lying, and others will have to answer for their own conduct today. But I would like an explanation from those individuals for the misleading, perhaps inadvertently, comments that were made. But of course, it didn't end there. Even when the presentation was FOI'd and the council conceded that, yes, there was a members' seminar about the closure of Kimmin View, they said the idea was dropped by the end of the meeting due to opposition from councillors. I've re-watched that members' seminar. Some councillors spoke in favour of the plan, and the seminar concluded with the next step that the report would then be taken to Cabinet. This report, proposing a school closure, was listed on committee and Cabinet forward work programmes and was only removed on the 25th of July. This is yet another example of Cabinet coming up with a bad idea, and at the first sign of public opposition, they withdraw it and pretend it was never their plan in the first place. just as they did with Monmouth Library. We all remember on the Wednesday when Councillor Callard assured us that the council had no plans to downgrade or move any libraries or community hubs. 4 days later, the council announced a consultation on downgrading and moving the library from the Rolls Hall to the Shire Hall. And just days into that 2-week consultation, amid public outrage, the whole thing was pulled. So today is an opportunity for the administration to come clean. We know that you had a plan to close Kim in View, but fully accept that you have now withdrawn that plan. I think you need to apologise for the comments that have misled the public, inadvertently or otherwise, for putting this proposal forward in the first place, and explain what steps you are going to take now to address the issue of surplus places in both the Monmouth and Chepstow clusters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Does Councillor Pavia want to speak now or reserve his right? Can't hear him.
I reserve my right, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, that's Councillor. It's Councillor Brocklesby I've got first, yeah?
No, it's actually Councillor Griffiths.
All right. Councillor Griffiths, then.
Get his hand up.
Okay. My machine wasn't working for a moment, so Councillor Brocklesby put a hand up for me. I'd like to propose an amendment. Is that in order at this stage?
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the motion of Councillor John at the moment reads, calls upon the administration to set out its plans to tackle surplus places in the Monmouth and Chepstow clusters. My amendment is to leave that unchanged, but to add, having first fully engaged with schools and the local community in developing such plans.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Yep, Councillor Birch. Yep, okay, Councillor Birch, Councillor Sandals, both there. Councillor John, do you accept that amendment or do you reject it?
I think I need a couple of moments rather than just having
an
amendment read to me and then having to decide if I accept it or not. I haven't even seen it in writing yet.
Okay, is that up in writing? Get it up in writing. It's coming up shortly.
Chair, Councillor Brocklesby still got her microphone on. Sorry.
But add, having first fully engaged with schools and the local community in developing such plans.
I'm content with that, Chair. There are a few points I would like to say in response to that, but I assume I will have an opportunity later on in proceedings.
Right, so you're accepting that amendment, yes? Was that what was said? Yeah? Okay, thank you.
I note
Yeah,
we're
all right.
nearly 4 years into the administration and you've had ample time to do these things already, but yes, I accept the amendment.
All right, so the amendment now becomes part of the substantive motion. As I understand it, we don't need a vote on that amendment because it's been accepted. So, yeah, correct. Right. So we now debate the motion as amended, and Councillor Bryn, I believe you're first in the queue.
Yeah, thank you for letting me speak on this. I was actually on holiday when this news broke, and obviously a lot of my residents were very concerned to hear that they thought that the school was to be closed, and it's very concerning because that is not going to that's not going to help pupil numbers in Commonview if residents think that the school is going to close. And so I would really appreciate some clarity on that issue. And I'm listening intently to the debate today. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. Do I have other hands? Right. Okay. I'll go. Right. We've got Councillor. We have Councillor Griffiths first, and then Councillor Wright.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The amendment I regard as being of some significance, and it relates to my experience as a Chepstow councillor. It's long been assumed that the next step in Chepstow was the replacement of the Chepstow School, and like many local councillors, I get petitioned, I get asked, when's it actually going to happen? My response has always been that given the surplus places, a like-for-like replacement was unlikely to happen, and that there needed to be a reflection across the community on how those surplus places could be handled. We haven't been sitting idly. The Education Department under Councillor Grocot's leadership commissioned serious work on a whole series of options for Chepstow School. Once that work was complete, a workshop, a gathering of all the Chepstow councillors was convened. And what was important was that we put all those options for the one school, the secondary school, alongside all the information on surplus places throughout the whole school's network in Chepstow. Those councillors deliberated very thoughtfully on the data, on the options that was available, recognising that a solution for the Chepstow School needed to be integrated with solutions for the primary schools in the network. And I stress, at no point was school closure mentioned, but there would be perhaps adjustments that would need to be made in the relationships, perhaps catchments, whatever. That was a meeting of all councillors. I didn't take a register, but my memory was that it wasn't just those in the heart of Chepstow, but councillors from Shire Newton, St Albans would have been invited to that meeting. The conclusion of the meeting was that the way forward was not one that a group of councillors, or indeed of our professional staff, could or should conclude. That the next step was to share the options, share the data, organise a wide community debate within the schools themselves, but in the wider community, because there's an awful lot of interest in the wider community, quite rightly, on how to respond to the surplus places and to the options for the secondary school. That debate should take place, and if nobody else will say it, I'll say it, in the context of recognising the extraordinary educational success by the Chepstow schools. The levels of achievement in the primary cluster and in the secondary school are the basis on which any discussion of the way forward should take place. The public debate will be organised, is being organised. There will be risks. And we can learn perhaps from the Monmouth experience in that when we have that debate, there may be, I don't know, but there may be this school or that school who feels more or less threatened. And if that happens, kites will be flown, fears may be raised in the debate. That would be unfortunate, and I don't think it has to happen. But that's the risk that you do run, and which in Chepstow I believe that we should run. So the importance of the amendment is that it is not up to my colleague Councillor Wright to bring a solution to this council. It is not up to Will McLean and his staff to bring to this council a solution. It is up to the people of Chepstow to reflect on all the information and options which have been made available based on an awful lot of hard work, and to allow the community of Chepstow to bring their solutions to this chamber, and that's not going to be done by the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Chair. So, obviously, everybody in this chamber does recognise the importance of tackling surplus school places. It is a big challenge, but it's a challenge that our administration is already working hard to address. The numbers on roll in Monmouthshire schools are routinely monitored, and some of the low numbers do concern me, but it's not a new problem. It's one that has troubled the previous administration as well as this one. So this isn't something, as my colleague says, this isn't something that can be solved quickly through a debate in the chamber. It's going to require very careful, evidence-based strategic planning and a willingness to look at the bigger picture. What it does not need is this motion designed to facilitate Councillor John's love of grandstanding in the chamber and his pre-written newspaper headlines and leaflets. The reality is that Monmouthshire is an ageing county. Our demographics show that birth rates are falling and fewer young families are moving to the area, so our school rolls are inevitably falling. This is why we monitor surplus places routinely, and it's why this administration and myself as the new cabinet member are making long-term planning a priority. The figures from our January 2025 pupil level annual school census, they are concerning. Look, I'd be a fool to ignore it. Monmouth primary schools, our surplus places stand at 22.4%. In Chepstow primaries, it's 18.1%, and at Chepstow School, it is 32%. And clearly these are higher than we would like to see. And we are aiming to bring these into line with the Welsh Government's expectation of 10 to 15%. Councillor John mentioned their investment they made into previous schools, and again, I thank the previous administration for their work with the new King Henry VIII School in Abergavenny. I'm glad that we were able to complete excellent work that you started, and I'll give you credit where it's due. But we're not stopping here. I'm not going to outline what we're doing in Chepstow because my colleague sitting next to me has already ably given you those details. So I'll move on to the Monmouth cluster, which remains an area of focus for us, and we are working on a longer-term solution for the seedling Welsh medium school Ysgol Gymraeg Trefynwy. It is a school with rising pupil numbers, which is really encouraging, and it bodes well for the future of Welsh medium education in Monmouth. But it is not happening at the expense of English medium education. And some of the suggestions I've seen, I've heard, that it is in some way to blame, they've been outrageous, to be honest. It's, Welsh medium education is a vital part of our Welsh cultural heritage, our identity, and a really important part of our children's future. And I'm really sick and tired of seeing it run down. But, maybe that's a discussion for another time. Councillor John again brings up the same kind of very predictable Councillor John, like I knew this would be the thrust of your motion, speculation about closing schools. Now, you know that I have categorically ruled out any school closures as part of addressing this, and yet you're still bringing it up again. I mean, as I knew you would. So, you talk about scaremongering and misinformation. Misinformation, I'm sure our residents are tired of hearing me say this is misinformation. Sorry, Chair. Yes. So, okay, I suspect that our residents are tired of hearing, you're spreading misinformation. No, you're spreading misinformation. Well, we just look like kids. People are sick of it. We really are. I'm not sure this is helpful. But nonetheless, I'm going to say it because I feel like I have to respond. And it is, I genuinely believe wholeheartedly that there were attempts to mislead the public as part of a town council by-election in Monmouth. I've always said I'm not going to impose closures. I have been very clear on that. I have never, ever said that I would. And I appreciate Councillor John saying that he's not going to call us a liar, but I feel like he's come pretty blooming close to it. And if he's not going to call me a liar, perhaps he'd like to apologise for having insinuated it repeatedly. So anyway, moving on. I believe in grassroots community-led solutions. I will continue to work with town and community councils, with parents, with school governors, and with teachers to develop the right approaches for each cluster. The people who know our schools best aren't the elected members sitting in the chamber today. They are the people who work in our schools, who learn in them, who live in the communities that they serve. And I don't believe in top-down diktats that I've just dreamt up sitting behind my desk. I want to work with people and their communities. I don't want to work against them. So this brings me to a wider point. I think if people are serious about tackling falling pupil numbers, then they need to back our replacement local development plan. The single most important step that we can take to support our schools is to provide more homes, particularly more social and affordable homes, so that young families can move to or can afford to stay in Monmouthshire. Without affordable housing, we are going to continue to see fewer children entering our schools. But with it, I really think that we can support the sustainability of our brilliant schools in Monmouthshire, and they are brilliant. So, if you're a councillor who really cares about surplus school places, then next time you get a chance, support our RLDP, because if you support, like I say, support the creation of affordable homes, support our young families, and that's the only way that you're going to help to tackle the root causes of our challenges with low school enrolment. So, as I say, our surplus places are not being ignored. They are routinely monitored, they're being addressed through major investment and through strategic work in places like clusters like Chepstow and Monmouth. And I feel like this does need saying yet again. This administration sees no need to close any schools as part of addressing this. I'm not going to be bounced into making policy on the hoof by an opportunistic motion in council. I'm not having it. So we will continue to plan responsibly, consult openly, and work with our communities to deliver sustainable and long-term solutions. I get that, there are people sitting in this chamber who are Senedd candidates, and so we expect this kind of electioneering over the coming months. But I am committed to doing what is right for our schools, for our children, and for the future of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thomas.
Thanks, Cadeirydd. Do I need to declare an interest here? Because I'm chair of Ysgol Gymraeg of any governing body. Sorry?
Yeah, we take that as a personal declaration, so carry on.
Yes, thanks. Obviously, the whole issue of falling roles is very controversial and highly sensitive. And I firmly believe that we shouldn't really get into a very sort of bitter political debate about this because it has such a huge effect on, first and foremost, children and also primarily as well parents who want to know, they want some sort of security about where their children are going to go to school. I don't know. Is Malcolm Lind? Yeah, I'll stop there. So, unfortunately, when some of these ideas came into the public domain back in July, they were whipped up during the campaign of the town council in Monmouth and created a great deal of distress, I think, to parents and children in the Monmouth cluster, where obviously there are high surplus places. And I think that was a very negative step and not something that I could condone in any shape or form. What I want to see, and particularly as the chair of Ysgol Trefynwy, is that I want to see a positive future for it in terms of buildings and facilities and what is on offer. What is currently on offer, and they're on the Overmonnow site, is obviously very good. It's grown from, I think it was 2022, there were 3 children on the potential roll. When it opened in 2024, that had gone up to 18. It's now running at 29 pupils. It was 28 last Thursday, and then another family decided to send a child out. It's 29. They have 2 classrooms, they have an executive head and 2 full-time teaching staff with a lead teacher and then TAs, etc. But long term, it doesn't need a genius to work out that they will need more room, more facilities as the school grows. I'd be very surprised if next year it's not up to about 40 or 50 children in that school. And the deliberations, I appreciate, it was the Labour administration that really brought forward the idea for Ysgol Trefynwy, and it actually started in 2024, and we have had good support, both at officer level and generally at, as it were, member level for that school. But we can't keep on thinking about that. We will need, in the next 2 to 3 years, we will either need greater provision on that Overmono site or the provision of another site where the school can really develop. And at the heart of it, and I've been involved in Welsh medium education and the fight for Ysgol Efenni, which started in 1994. I've been involved right through, and I've been involved now with this one. But what I want is parity of esteem. Welsh medium schools in some authorities don't actually get that. Generally, I'd like to think in Sir Fynwy, yes, we do have that parity of esteem with English medium pupils. But that's what we need. And I will not stand back, regardless of my party affiliations in the next 2 years or after that. I will not stand back from fighting for parity of esteem for Welsh medium pupils, because that is what they deserve and that is what they should get. And I can appreciate some people sort of conflate the expansion of Welsh medium education with the falling role situation in Monmouth, the Monmouth cluster. But that is not the case. The fact that people are not having as many children, basically, it's not a Welsh medium issue. It's the fact that people probably think longer and harder than parents did in the past, and they look at the financial implications of schooling, of sending their children into higher education, and the quality of life, and the pressures of the cost of living. The cost of housing has shot up since perhaps somebody like me, when I got married and we bought a house, it was probably 3 times our salaries as serving teachers at the time. Now it's 10 times, and that has a huge effect on what people can do. But please do not use Welsh medium education as a whipping boy or girl for the surplus places issue. And what I would make a strong plea for, not political wrangling and grandstanding, as we obviously have at times in this chamber, but actually to look at the interests both of English medium pupils and Welsh medium pupils, and that they have a fair and decent crack of the whip and that they can flourish. And at the end of the day, people have such jaded views of Welsh medium or English medium. They think that Welsh medium is better or English medium is better. In reality, education is education, because you want to bring forward those youngsters, girls and boys, to become members of society, happy, successful economically, but happy and contributing to society. And that's what education is all about. And I think sometimes people actually forget that. So please, in this ongoing debate and at cabinet level and at officer level, that we do bear that in mind. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. Councillor Newell.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank Councillor John for bringing this motion. And of course, he has my full support, as always. I wanted to... Education and health are probably the most important priorities we have as a county council. So I would always support any initiative that improves the education of our young people. I was lucky I went to Overmono Junior School, best days of my life, and Monmouth Comprehensive School, again, a great school, which thankfully I'm lucky to represent Monmouth Comprehensive School in my ward. So in that spirit, I do work together with the council for education's best needs. I do have to pull up and defend my colleague, Councillor Richard John, about the mess that happened with the information regarding Kim In View Primary School earlier this year. I was subject to personal abuse based on the cabinet and members opposite trying to twist and I won't use the word weasel, but trying to twist what they said about what was going to happen to Kim In View. We had to stay quiet, as Councillor John said, for numerous months. But the information that we knew was released by a member of the public, who I think is a governor or a member of the PTA at Kim In View. Once that information was out there, then we could really say what we already knew. That was backed up by two significant events. The first was a member of the public complained about a colleague of mine for releasing what was in their view false information about Kim In View, and Monmouth County Council's planned for it. That was dismissed. As quick as they received it, it was dismissed because the evidence was provided that, and I'm putting my head above the parapet here, but the evidence was produced to show that it was a plan all along. And then my new Monmouth Town Council colleague, Xavier Turner, who's a great young man, 22-year-old, volunteer. He's not getting paid like we do, councillors. He's a volunteer, was knocking on doors and saying, you're not telling us the truth about the school. You're not telling us the truth. He went for a freedom of information request. He was given slides and presentations that we, as county councillors, were privy to. And a lot of the general public are starting to understand that we are privy to a lot of information that the general public don't know. But we can't share that. But this young 22-year-old volunteer got the information for himself. I'm yet to receive an apology from any member opposite for trying to blacken my name, my colleague's name, and trying to really say to this young 22-year-old volunteer, you're wrong here. Nobody has apologised to him. He had to go off his own back at such an early stage of his political and town council career to show everyone I'm right. It was in all the local papers, and I'm so proud of him. So give us some credit across here. We support everything to do with education and the best things for our young people in this county. I always will do that. I've got a hero. His name is Mr. Richards. I remember him from 7 years old. But please give us some credit and stop treating us across this side of the room when we're trying to be honest and present the facts to our residents. Stop trying to make us out to... It's been proven 3 times in chambers already today that what we're actually telling the truth this side of the chambers, and you've got to stop from making us out to look out the bad people and not really being honest. And thank you, Chair, for letting me speak.
Thank you. Councillor Pavia, I believe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I want... Can you hear me? Is that okay? Yeah. Yeah. I want to contribute to this debate, not just as a Chepstow councillor, but also in my capacity as a governor at St Mary's Catholic Primary School in Chepstow, a role that I've held for more than 11 years. And I think that gives me real experience and insight into how things have changed, both in our school at St Mary's and within the cluster, and specifically the challenges that we now face. When I joined the governing body, St Mary's was oversubscribed. Today, we are in the opposite position, carrying probably one of the largest numbers of surplus places in the county. Importantly, this is not a reflection of quality. Standards remain high, and our last Estin inspection was excellent. So much so that our teaching of the Welsh language was recognised by the Inspectorate as a national exemplar, and a case study of that work has been published. The vision for the school remains ambitious, aiming to become the first Catholic bilingual primary in Wales. Whilst we continue to engage with the community, I do think there is a misrepresentation about faith-based education and the choices that are open to pupils and parents locally. I think there's a perception that school is exclusive and not accessible, and that certainly couldn't be further from the truth. We probably have the most diverse range of pupils in the county. As governors, we do need to do more to address and dispel these myths and misconceptions. But I think there is also a role for the Archdiocese and for the Council as well to help us constructively dispel those myths and misconceptions. As the Cabinet member said, there is no doubt that demographics have shifted in the last 11 or 12 years. Birth rates are falling, families are having children later. Many are struggling with the financial pressures of raising a family, and that includes affordable housing. I agree with that point. And that's despite the development that's already taken place in and around the town over the last 10 years. This presents a structural challenge that must be addressed, and no doubt we will return to some of these themes when the revised local development plan comes back to this council in the weeks ahead. The funding also tells part of the story, and like all schools, St Mary's is funded per pupil by Welsh Government via the authority. We have managed to remain out of deficit, probably one of the dwindling minority now in the county, and that's been thanks to careful budgeting and dedication of both governors and teachers. But that stability is fragile, and it's been dependent on grants, secondments of our teachers to external posts, and we've obviously benefited from Welsh Government investment in terms of Welsh language training for our teachers, which we certainly welcome. But also we get additional support for children with additional and increasing complex needs. And that's another part of the picture, I think, is complexity. The demand for specialist pupil support has grown significantly, particularly since the pandemic. I'm just thinking in provision locally, and the demand on the specialist resource base in Pembroke School is oversubscribed. And that means schools like St Mary's are educating a very high proportion of children with complex needs, often without the resources to match those needs, because schools do not often receive the full cost attributed to that need. The wider cluster is under pressure too. We know pupil numbers across the town primaries are declining. We know also Chepstow School, secondary school, are carrying a high level of surplus capacity for some years now. As a border town, there's also the added challenge of pupil retention. Families looking across the border at alternatives, at key transition points, especially at secondary and post-16. And this has obviously knock-on effects, which we've already discussed in the full council just before summer, when we looked at curriculum provision. And with sixth form numbers falling, subject options reduced, and we can quickly fall into a downward cycle that we do not want to be in. And none of this is about blaming schools or families. It's about recognising the reality. Too many surplus places across both primary and secondary schools, falling roles, growing complexity in the needs of children that we're educating, which costs a huge amount more. These are the challenges that affect sustainability, the resources that we have to manage, and ultimately the quality of provision for our learners. What does that mean for us as councillors? I think it means we have to be honest with ourselves and with our communities. Empty desks represent funding that could be better used to support learning. Surplus places left unaddressed risk undermining the long-term viability of our schools. And unless we understand why families are making the choices they are, whether that's about curriculum, school reputation or something else, then we are not in a position that we're able to turn the tide. Chair, I'm not here to set out specific answers today. That is rightly for the administration to do so, and in full consultation with the cluster schools, pupils, parents and other key partners. I agree with that. I know that initial discussion has started, as Councillor Griffiths has said, about identifying some of the challenges and opportunities of change. But I do want to stress this. We owe it to this generation, to the next, to face these challenges now and head on. And I heard what Councillor Birch said in the previous debate about the previous administration focusing majority of its capital investment into redevelopment of our schools to the detriment of highway spending. Yes, we did, and we are proud of doing that and making that a priority commitment. That choice wasn't easy, but it was made. And in this case, as Councillor Griffiths alluded to earlier, choices may not be easy, But if we act with honesty, fairness, and focus on our children's best interests, we can create a school system in Chepstow that's sustainable, ambitious, and inclusive for the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'll have Councillor Watts, please.
Yeah.
Are you there, Councillor? I think he's frozen up.
Stop breathing.
Right. What, I don't know if you could hear. Oh, you're back, Councillor. Go on, carry on. You froze for a...
No, I don't know. I don't know if it's Councillor Newell just pressing the button to cut me off there, just in case there's another conspiracy, Chair. So I just want to ask really the legal officer whether or not if I am conflicted, at what level am I conflicted? So I was going to say that my stepdaughter is a sixth form pupil at Chepstow School and my partner works at Chepstow School. I wanted to specifically talk about, I wanted to include Chepstow School in what I was about to say. So am I conflicted? And if I am conflicted, am I allowed to speak on it?
It's a matter for you whether you have a personal interest or not. If it affects your well-being or financial interests, you may well have a personal interest. It would be prejudicial if that interest was so significant that a member of the public felt that you couldn't exercise your judgment in the public interest. So my view is, from what you said, it wouldn't be prejudicial, but you may want a personal interest.
Okay, thank you. I hope you said that, and I didn't think it was prejudicial. I think Paul really summed it up. He's always very level-headed, and you'd expect that from the former cabinet member. And if I may say so, as an act of political generosity here in an afternoon where there hasn't been any, he was an excellent one at that. What I wanted to say is that it's almost like really, I would say, as far as my family's concerned and the interaction that my stepdaughter's had there, it's been transformative, and I've only ever got good things to say about the school itself. But other people may have different views on it. Some people may be interested in the offer over the bridge and so on and so forth. So, that's entirely up to them. But one thing's for sure is that if we are going to offset the deficit of effectively people, younger families staying in the community, first of all, we've got to retain the ones that were living here or have lived here for the majority of their life and been schooled here and will seek employment. The other thing is to make Monmouthshire an attractive offer for those people who want to come and live here. And those people who want to come and live here are partly attracted by the marginally, and lesser so now, cheaper house prices. Now, Tudor brought up an interesting point about comparable earnings to house values, and it's absolutely true. So, in the south here, we are really, really close to house prices in Bristol, but people still come here because they like what's on offer. But part of the offer is, and bearing in mind, we can never compete with Bristol. Really, we can't. For everything it's got, it's an attractive option really for employment and housing, but we are slightly cheaper. But one thing, there's one inroad into that, and that's the attraction of, if you go beyond your 20s and you're thinking about settling down and having a family, Chepstow becomes quite affordable. But also, if you are thinking about it, what kind of education are you going to give your children? And I genuinely believe we can break through that. We've kind of seen elements of that. I've only got hearsay evidence, but I really think if we've got a really good offer as far as kind of providing a good solid foundation for education at a very high level as well, where we see children going on to all the best, Russell Group universities you can imagine. That's what people want. They want that for their children, and they want the state to provide it. I genuinely think we can do that. So I just wanted to let you think about that. Part of the attraction is actually our schools, and we should continue to invest in it. So I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Callard next.
Thank you, Chair. Just off the back of what Councillor Watt said, one of the things that attracts me very much about Monmouthshire is I can leave my door and be stood on top of the Sugarloaf in an hour and a half. One of the best views around, I reckon. I was on foot. Yeah, sorry. I was just going to add about, we've had a bit of debate, like, was it a plan? Was it not a plan? I just want to shed a little bit of light on that. A lot gets said here, and I'm sure Councillor John will know this because you know, it was for a short period of time, but he led this council as well, and that when a cabinet paper is published for a cabinet meeting, that is when there is a plan. Lots of ideas will be shared before that, but until we get a published cabinet paper, which is coming to cabinet for a decision, I would say that no decision had been taken. So, you know, if ever anyone here is in any doubt as to what the council will do, look at its delegation of authority powers and what it may or may not do, and then look for a report along those lines. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Callard. Councillor Brocklesby.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in fully support of the amended motion, and I couldn't have said why better than Councillor Pavia or Councillor Wright, because we have to have debates around challenging situations that we find ourselves with regard to the amount of resources we have and the situation, the demographic situation we find ourselves in. We are a county where children, for whatever reason, are not being born, and the affordability of our houses is such that the level of families coming in, young families coming in to take advantage of all the wonderful things, all the wonderful services, all the wonderful activities that happen in Monmouthshire has been constrained for more than a decade, actually. So it is so important that we have this debate. And I was actually putting my hand up because I know Councillor Newell is a newbie, and it's really refreshing how he's so willing to share where he wants to learn, what he can contribute with a fresh voice. And so I therefore understand why he may not know the distinction between a members' seminar and a scrutiny committee and papers coming to cabinet or to council and the process of decision making. Member seminars are a really important function of the council because they're a place where proposals can be put, where understanding can be developed, and where information can be shared on very specific topics. They are not a place for decision making, and they are not a place for putting forward a plan that is going to then be taken forward and made for decision. They're there for sharing. That's what happens. That's what happens in a lot of members' seminars. That's no different. So when Councillor Wright and myself make it very clear to residents that no decision has been made, that's precisely what happened. No decision was made. And since she took over the Cabinet post for education, Councillor Wright has been categorical that while she is Cabinet Secretary for Education, there will be no school closures. In which case, I probably said that wrong, but, you know, bear with me. Well, it's because I remembered you standing, but, you know, don't rush through the ranks that quickly. But if anyone deserves an apology, it is Councillor Wright. She has been very clear, very consistent in all her communications, by email, in public, and on social media, that there will be no school closures while she is part of the Cabinet for Education. But I hope you have a clearer understanding of processes in council now, Martin, because I know you'll be reassured by that. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Brocklesby. I think Stanley Baldwin said never apologise, never explain, but there we go. Disraeli, was it? Oh, right, okay. I stand corrected. Right. Okay, I don't see any other hands. So, Councillor John, you have the right to reply.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And can I thank everyone who's contributed? I'm content with the amendment, and as Councillor Griffiths was saying, absolutely recognise the improvements in performance in the cluster, particularly at Chepstow School. It's really impressive, and I must pay tribute to the staff and governors there for all the work that they've done. I do appreciate the challenges you mentioned about Chepstow School, and there are some significant complications there that need careful consideration, but we do need to see some progress. As I mentioned earlier, before we had even opened Caldecott or Monmouth comprehensive schools, when the work was still going on building those schools, we were already working on the next tranche. So we do need to hurry up. So I really plead to the administration, let's get on with it. Families in Chepstow deserve the best facilities possible, and I think everyone in this chamber wants to see those plans come forward for a new school in Chepstow, so that pupils there can enjoy the benefits that pupils are seeing in Abergavenny and elsewhere. I want to respond to the point that Councillor Thomas made about Ysgol Gymraeg Trefynwy, which we're completely committed to, and it was actually in our WESP, Welsh in Education Strategic Plan, that we proposed a new Welsh medium school in Monmouth. We felt it was unfair that families in the Monmouth area didn't really have a choice between English medium and Welsh medium. It was unrealistic to expect 4-year-olds to travel to Abergavenny and back to access Welsh medium. So we felt that it was a question of equality and social justice, that families in the Monmouth area should be able to access Welsh medium education. And I've had lengthy discussions with Councillor Thomas about this. We've even done some, I remember when we visited Ysgol Gyfan Gwynllw together. So we have had lengthy discussions about Welsh medium and the importance of it. I also think it's important making the point that Ysgol Gymraeg Trefynwy is where it needs to be. You think most residents in Monmouth can walk to that school from where it is now. If it were to move to the Kimmin View site, as was originally proposed in the members' seminar, it would actually reduce the number of families in Monmouth who could easily access that school via active travel. I think the spin has been in full operation this afternoon. I was disappointed that we didn't have apologies for the mudslinging from the Labour group. You put forward a plan to close the school. You know you did. I've got the slides from the members' seminar here. I've got the video of the 90-minute members' seminar where you set out the plan to close the school. There was even a contribution, I remember, from one Labour councillor who said we need to be very careful not to give the impression that there are choices here. There was one plan on the table. The proposal was not withdrawn in the meeting. I've read you the email from the Cabinet Member for Education, who confirmed at the time that Cabinet had agreed to start a statutory consultation on the closure of Kimmin View. I think you probably thought you could get away with it. I've got further emails between myself and Councillor Grocott where I tried to persuade him against the plan. I asked some really challenging questions because Kimmin View has got a fantastic reputation. It's a well-performing school. It achieves above average results for its family of similar schools. It's got the highest percentage of children entitled to free school meals in Monmouthshire. And despite that challenging background that some of those pupils have, they go on to achieve fantastic results. Why on earth would you close one of the best performing schools in the county? It makes no sense at all. It also would have deprived the local community in Wylesham of their community school and would have forced them to travel significant distances to their next nearest school, which also they would have been caught out by the new school transport mileage changes that you've recently introduced. I noted that in the responses we had from Cabinet members, there were no answers about what their plan is to address surplus places. Where are the Cabinet reports that you promised in July that we would see in the autumn? They've disappeared because you've withdrawn your plan. The first scent of public opposition and you withdrew it. And I think you're left now with no idea of how to deal with this issue. The replacement local development plan is not the answer to surplus places. We were told that by the chief officer in July. No competent administration would have held a members' seminar to present a plan. It was presented as the administration's plan to deal with surplus places in the Monmouth cluster. If you would then go on to change your mind at the first sign of public opposition, exactly as you did over Monmouth Library. You've been the administration now for 3.5 years, and you've been shamed into withdrawing your ridiculous plan to close Kim View because the case just didn't stack up. It was a bad idea from the very beginning. I do welcome the clarity from the Cabinet member. I think she said we see no need at present to close any school. I'll check the tape to see exactly what her turn of phrase was. She's been very clear since that the administration is not going to close Kim View, and I welcome that. But the decision to close the school and start a statutory consultation was still listed on the Cabinet's forward work programme until the 25th of July. It's very clear that that was your plan.
Chair, sorry.
So,
in
conclusion, Chair.
Hold on.
Chair, I know Councillor John's interested in exactly what I said, so I would like to clarify.
You want to raise a point of personal explanation?
Personal explanation, indeed, please.
Okay, go ahead.
What I said was this administration sees no need to close schools or impose hasty top-down decisions. And like I've said, it feels like about 100 times now, I have no plans to close schools. There is no at present in what I said, so I don't want this to run into the, well, they're not denying it now spin, because that is not what I said. Watch the recording if you're not sure.
Okay. Thank you. Carry on, Councillor John.
Yeah, thank you, and I'm happy to watch the tape back, and I take the Cabinet member's clarification at face value. Thank you. So in conclusion, Chair, these are really complex issues, but we're 3.5 years in. We're 18 months out from the next election, and the issue of surplus places has been getting bigger and bigger over the last 3 years, and we still seem no closer to any real proposals to actually deal with them. So I hope that the administration will consider this issue, work closely with the schools in those clusters, and bring forward proposals to deal with the issue of surplus places in due course, because it's not fair on taxpayers. It's especially not fair on those students who are seeing money wasted on school running costs that should be spent on their education. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Well, we'll move to a vote on a motion, please. That's 8.4, I believe. Yeah. Okay.
Chair?
Yep.
Oh, sorry, I'm just checking. I just reread it. It's as amended. It's not by Councillor John, as amended. Thank you. Sorry,
Yeah,
read it.
yeah, as amended, yes, thank you.
Sorry.
The amendment was accepted. Right. Yeah, I think we can call that. That's very heavily carried, almost unanimously, one abstention at the moment. Okay, thank you. Right, well, let's move on then, please, to motion 8.5 in the name of Councillor Dimmock. Be very patient, Councillor, but I'll just ask for a seconder before you speak. You got a seconder for Councillor Dimmock, please.
Chair, I'll second that.
Yeah,
Thank
Councillor Pavey, I've got. Is that correct? Yep. Oh, God, sorry. Councillor Bromfield, thank you. Right, Councillor Dimmock then.
Thank you, Chair. I'm clutching on by my fingernails of this meeting, so bear with me. As you know, childcare remains one of the biggest challenges facing families across Monmouthshire. Parents and guardians who want to return to work and progress their careers, or simply balance family and financial commitments, are too often held back by the high cost of the provision. While Welsh Government's current childcare offer provides important support for families with children aged 3 to 4, and Flying Start programme, which provides part-time childcare for 2 to 3-year-olds in certain disadvantaged areas, there are still major gaps. Families outside the criteria or those needing childcare are struggling to afford the care they need in their child's earliest years. I've spoken to a number of parents and friends who are returning after parental leave, describe the enormous pressure of managing childcare alongside professional responsibilities. Some have been forced to reduce their hours, delay career progression, or even step back from work altogether. Others who have moved to Monmouthshire from England with their growing families, assuming that childcare provision would be on par with England, only to find themselves at a disadvantage. These experiences highlight the urgent need for parity and a childcare system that properly supports families during the early years. This is a real reality. This is a reality that many families across Monmouthshire are living with, and sadly people feel they can only start a family later on in life or cannot afford to expand their families at all. I have great admiration for parents who are doing their best to manage the enormous challenge of juggling work with the demands of childcare, balancing their professional responsibilities while trying to provide care and support to infants. What an impossible task they face. In contrast, families in England will now benefit from 30 hours per week of funded childcare starting from 9 months. This will give parents the freedom to return to work sooner without the prohibitive costs that families in Wales still face. The result is an unfair situation where Welsh families, through no fault of their own, risk being left behind. It's also important to recognise the wider impact. While there are an increasing number of fathers taking a role at stay-at-home parenting, it is still predominantly women whose careers are affected the most by lack of affordable childcare. Too often, mothers are forced to reduce hours, take lower paid roles, or delay career progression. This not only affects individual families, but also contributes to the widening gender inequalities in the workplace and across the economy. Supporting this motion is about standing up for families in Monmouthshire. It isn't just about supporting families in Monmouthshire, it's about making a case for a childcare that truly works for everyone, one that removes barriers to work, eases financial pressures, and gives every child the best possible start in life. I am certain residents in all our wards would urge us to back this motion to call on Welsh Government to extend the childcare offer and deliver a fairer, more affordable childcare for families across Wales. Thank you, Chair. Obviously, take the motion as read.
Yep, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bromfield, you're the seconder. Do you want to speak or do you want to just reserve your right to speak?
I'll reserve my right at the moment.
Thank you. So, thank you, Councillor. Yep. Councillor Thomas Davis, then, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm very pleased to support my friend, Councillor Dimmock, in bringing forward this important motion this afternoon. There's a saying, isn't there? It takes a village to raise a child. But here in Monmouthshire, and for that matter across Wales, there are many parents that feel as though they're being asked to do that all alone, with escalating childcare costs that rival a mortgage and support that too often arrives too little or too late. But let me begin by acknowledging some of the progress that is being made. I warmly welcome the Welsh Government's Flying Start programme, which is being rolled out more widely, as we've heard this afternoon, which will give some of the most disadvantaged families across this county and indeed across Wales the support that they need a lot sooner. I also welcome the additional funding that's been made available to train more practitioners, especially in Welsh medium childcare qualifications, which is, I think, a real investment in the future of Welsh medium childcare provision in particular. Both are welcome developments. But clearly, as Councillor Dimmock has articulated, we need to go further and faster. And in Wales, funded childcare doesn't start until the age of 3. And as we've been hearing, across the border in England, families will soon get that 30 hours from 9 months onwards. Now, that leaves parents in this border county clearly at a disadvantage and facing years of punishing costs before help arrives on the horizon. Whilst we're on the subject of childcare support, it would be remiss of me not to reference some of the other support schemes that we have in place here in the UK, many of which, I must say, have fallen short. And indeed, successive UK governments shoulder their share of responsibility for that inadequacy. Take tax-free childcare, for example. The scheme as it's devised, in my view, is complicated. It's clearly underutilised. It doesn't reach those who need it the most. And of course, the gradual withdrawal of child benefit for middle-income families further punishes parents while doing nothing to make childcare itself any more attainable or any more affordable. And as I look, Chair, to the continent where I spent some time over the summer, I see countries such as Denmark, Sweden, France, where childcare is clearly treated as a national infrastructure, affordable, accessible, and importantly recognised as an investment in the economy as much as an investment in our children and young families. We should aspire to the same here in Monmouthshire and across Wales. Extending that childcare offer to 9 months would begin, I think, to ease that financial burden, help close that gender pay gap and bring Monmouthshire and Wales in line with some of that international best practice. But most of all, Chair, I think it would give parents real choice and real agency to work where they so choose, to progress professionally in a career with the comfort and the reassurance that Monmouthshire, and indeed Wales for that matter, can provide them with that world-class childcare support where they so crave it and need it. I'm pleased to support Councillor Dimmock on this motion. I'm delighted that she brought it forward, and I'm sure it will command broad cross-party support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Davies. I hope this does get broad cross-party support. There's a lot of important things been said so far, and absolutely nothing that I disagree with. So, as I say, I absolutely agree that access to affordable and high-quality childcare is essential for families across Monmouthshire, and particularly for parents returning to work or training. The Welsh Government childcare offer has been a real help to many families. Excuse me. And I do understand the call to extend it to match the entitlement in England from 9 months. It is something I would like to see. I particularly, Councillor Dimmock, I couldn't agree more about your point about this, how this ties into gender inequality, and that's something I'm very passionate about. And as Councillor Davies raised, in countries where we have these kind of more progressive childcare models, we do see better gender inequality. Like Scandinavia set some brilliant examples for us, but I would love to follow. Our local childcare settings, obviously, they also know how important affordable childcare is, and they will welcome any discussion that improves support for families. The principle of expanding access is widely supported, but it has to be underpinned by realistic and sustainable funding. What we can't afford is a sort of well-intentioned policy that inadvertently undermines the very sector that we're aiming to support. This is actually something that I did raise with Lynn Neagle a couple of months ago, and she is acutely aware, believe you me, that our very stretched local government finances can't cope with any further policy changes that don't come with full funding from the Welsh Government. And consider me a critical friend on this matter. So many of our settings are calling for a subsidised childcare model, excuse me, which I think is an interesting discussion that we could have. It's too big for now, but it is something that maybe we could think about. Because that would still provide meaningful support for families, but also allow providers the flexibility to cover their costs and pay their staff fairly, which would in turn help to tackle the recruitment and retention problems that we have in the sector. So that's something that I would happily also discuss with the Minister. And here in Monmouthshire, as mentioned, we are doing our bit to grow the childcare workforce. King Henry VIII School is now offering a Level 2 vocational childcare qualification, which I would hope will encourage more young people into this vital sector. So yes, more than happy to agree to Councillor Dimmock's request, and I will write to the Minister to ask her to review the situation and to outline the Welsh Government's plans for expanding the childcare offer in Wales. I will also make it clear that any expansion must be developed in close consultation with both providers, and funded at a level that reflects the real cost of delivery. Monmouthshire families absolutely deserve affordable childcare, but our providers also deserve the security of a system that allows them to remain viable and continue delivering high quality care that our children need. So thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Callard?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I thought I'd input as a parent whose children have not so long ago left paid for childcare, and I thought Councillor Davis's contribution was interesting, referencing Scandinavian countries. How much priority they give to early years childcare and how they fund it. It's amazing what you can do in a socialist country with higher levels of taxation. I completely agree with the motion that Councillor Dimmock has brought today. My own experience of the costs of childcare with early years, it feels like as soon as you've just got enough cash together to scrape together a deposit on a house, you try and start a family, and then you have this huge extra monthly outgoing of childcare. One of my friends, one child at the moment, childcare 5 days a week, £1,500 a month. I think a lot of people are quite out of touch with how much this is costing. And this relates back to the earlier motion that we heard about places within our schools as well, surplus places. If we're going to have sustainable communities, we really need to make sure that the support is there for people to have families, because it feels at the moment like it really is an uphill struggle. And people do not want to have children and then not be able to support them. So I support the motion. Thank you for bringing it. I'd also just like to take a moment and recognise the huge amount of work that a lot of grandparents do as well in providing unpaid childcare. I think often they don't get the recognition that they deserve. Certainly, my parents have put many hours, and my parents-in-law have put many hours into looking after my children, and I know how appreciated it is. And if it is an argument, perhaps it's the wrong argument to make, but if you're from Monmouthshire, if your parents are still here and you're thinking about having a family, come back, get some free childcare from them if they'll give it to you, and come and raise your families here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor. Right, Councillor Bromfield.
Thanks, Chair. I actually had quite a long contribution to make on this. It's lived experience for me personally. I know how expensive childcare is, but everybody's made points that I wanted to make, so I don't see the point in me giving a large speech and making the meeting go on for longer. So I just associate myself with everybody else's comments, and I'm glad that this is going to get cross-party support, and I'm really, really grateful for Councillor Dimmock for bringing this motion today.
Okay, and thanks very much for your restraint there, Councillor. Right, I don't see any other. Oh, I do. Sorry, Councillor Brown. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I fully support this motion, because I think there is a significant difference for young families. For example, in Chepstow, which is a border town, if you happen to be on the Welsh side, you can't get this free, universal, I should say, and I think that's the difference as well, universal free childcare from 9 months. And I think it does make a significant difference to young families who are often struggling with their mortgage and cost of living and so forth. So I do fully support this motion, because it also allows both parents who are supporting a mortgage and have other cost of living costs to consider to actually be able to go back to work in some shape or form. And I think from that point of view, it is very important. And when you're on a border town, you do notice the significant difference here, because in the same town you could have that opportunity, and in one side, which is Wales, you couldn't, and in the other side, in England, in Sudbury, for example, you could. So it doesn't seem at all fair not to have a universal type of system across both England and Wales. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all the hands. Just quickly check there. Yeah, that's everybody. So I've forgotten whose motion it is now. Councillor Dimmock, you're right to reply.
Thank you, Chair, and I really welcome Councillor Wright's comment. I think it's important when you write to Welsh Government, you also touch on understanding childcare provision can feel overwhelming and convoluted with the layers of schemes, eligibility criteria, different entitlements depending on the child's age, family income, location. You know, the list is endless and it's very challenging for people to navigate around. And I understand there are concerns around cost, and I'm grateful for Councillor Wright for raising this issue with Lynn Needle. But investing in childcare is not simply a cost. It enables more parents to work. We increase tax revenues, reduce reliance on benefits, and help strengthen the economy. The leader touched on this earlier when we were debating the report. You know, this is a way to get people back into work and employed. I think I could go on, but I won't. I think I just want to say that it's really encouraging that we acknowledge that it's one of the greatest pressures facing families. Too many parents are being priced out and excluded by where they live. I echo Councillor Callard's comments about the important role that grandparents play. My own partner's mother is a grandmother to his sister's child, and she's just started at ARW last week in her pigtails, but she played a critical role whilst the mother returned to full-time work, and that was really difficult at times. We represent the families on the ground. We have a duty to raise their concerns. So I'm just glad that across party we can support this evening. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Right, we can move to a vote on motion 8.5 on your screens now. Oh, there we go. Right, let's see the figures. Close. Yeah. Right. I think that's. I think we've probably got everybody who's still staying the course. So that is. I think. Oh no! I would have been wrong because that's now gone up 2 since I would have called it. So I will now call it unanimous. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Right. We'll now move on to questions. We're nearly there, everybody. So bear with us. So the first question is from, I know who to, but it's from Councillor Butler, and it will, although the agenda says to Councillor Chandler, it will be answered by Councillor Sandals as an equalities issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to provide some context before I ask the question for those present and for those watching at home. I was recently approached by a resident who suffers from the debilitating autoimmune condition Crohn's disease. This is a painful condition affecting largely, but not wholly, the intestinal system. Sufferers become very dependent on knowing where the toilet facilities are when they are out and about. But also the ability to absorb nutrients is compromised and part of the overall disease picture. Consequently, patients are limited not just by bouts of debilitating pain, but also by a lack of energy when their ability to walk is being considered. Now, my resident has been in possession of a blue badge for 9 years, and at their most recent review, the badge was withdrawn. The only difference in their application from previous years is that they are no longer being prescribed methotrexate for their condition, but are instead receiving new innovative immunotherapy treatment, vedolizumab. Now, this is one of the fields of medicine where treatment modalities are changing very rapidly, and it appears that the questions asked in the blue badge application have not kept pace with the changes in treatment. When my resident asked for a review, they were told that the referral company, Able2, had gone into administration. They were left hanging in mid-air, not knowing what to do next. And it was at this point that my resident reached out to me and to Peter Fox MS and to the Welsh Government. They found that MCC does have the ability to review applications and need not only rely on external providers, but this is putting extra stress on an already overstretched service and has increased the time that many residents will be without a blue badge, thus losing independence and needing to rely on others. So my question is, changes in treatment modalities have resulted in residents who previously held blue badges for their medical condition being refused renewal. Neither their underlying condition nor the disability they might cause will have gone away. It has been usual in the case of refusal for applicants to be referred to an independent assessor, our designated successor, Able2, a subsidiary of the Nottingham Rehab Limited, is no longer operational following their parent company's closure on the 31st of July. What measures are being put in place to correct these two issues? Thank you.
Right, thank you. Councillor Sandals.
Diolch, Cynghorydd Butler. I'm really sorry to hear about your resident as well. That sounds like a very distressing time for them. As a council, we recognise that the requirement to reapply for a blue badge every 3 years may feel burdensome, particularly for those with lifelong conditions. However, this is not a decision made by Monmouthshire County Council, but a requirement set by the Welsh Government as part of the National Blue Badge Scheme, and duration of a badge is stated in legislation and regulation. All blue badges in Wales are issued for a maximum of 3 years, and at the end of 3 years, reapplication is necessary. And this is to ensure that badges are issued in line with the latest guidance, that eligibility is reviewed, that personal details remain accurate, and that any changes in circumstances are taken into account. While some applicants may not need to provide new medical evidence, the process is applied consistently across Wales. Residents are able to reapply up to 12 weeks before their current badge expires to help avoid delays. Over the last 12 months, 2,937 badges have been issued in Monmouthshire, with 102 applications refused for not meeting the eligibility criteria. Following the closure of Able2, which is the independent assessor previously used, which was on the 31st of July this year, local authorities have temporarily taken on responsibility for carrying out these assessments. We thank our officers for taking on this additional work, and I note that you've recognised that it is adding to their workload, of course, but they're doing it to ensure that applications continue to be processed without interruption. Welsh Government has confirmed that a new supplier for the independent assessor role has now been secured following a successful procurement process. We await further details on implementation timelines, but we can reassure residents and members that the change hasn't had a detrimental impact on the processing of applications, which will continue to be handled in line with national guidelines. I hope that offers some clarification, Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Councillor Sandals. That was a very good response. I can add that since I put this question in, my resident has come back to me and tells me that they have received a response from Alison Thomas, who is the Deputy Director for Transport Strategy and Policy from Welsh Government, which I will share with you. And it recommends that local authorities have a clear policy on how they will review blue badge decisions if challenged by an applicant. So I will forward that on to, not yourself in this case. Is it yourself?
Yeah, that'd be
you.
that'd be really helpful. Thank you very much.
So that was the question. Is it yourself? The answer is yes. Thank you. Right, we'll move on then to Councillor Neil to Councillor Maybe.
Thank you. Some 2 months ago, or 2 months after private construction work by European Energy began using large, heavy trucks on the narrow lanes adjoining the B4 598, there is still, or at the time I wrote this, there is still no construction traffic management in place and communicated to local residents and being implemented. The consequence has been entirely avoidable, chaotic problems for local residents, either in standoffs with large trucks or convoys, or reversing hundreds of yards, potentially compromising their safety. Would the Cabinet Member please ensure that the draft plan is immediately fully communicated and implemented, and take this matter up with the Planning Authority, the Welsh Government? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Yeah, I think that it might be a little bit out of date, but I'll give you as much detail as I can in any case. So the Construction Traffic Management Plan was agreed by a planning inspector from PEDW, which is part of Welsh Government, Planning Environment Decision Wales, as part of the determination of the planning application. However, it is the local planning authority in the County Council that has responsibility for monitoring the implementation of the permission and ensuring that it complies with any plans and any conditions, and that includes the Construction Traffic Management Plan. So the local planning authority, that's us, has the power to take enforcement action if it considers that the development doesn't comply with the permissions. And if anyone has any grounds to believe any conditions are not being adhered to, then it does need to be referred to the County Council. If people make County Council aware, we can investigate and take appropriate action. In this case, as I think you now know, Highways have indeed met with the Community Council. I think they've actually met 3 times in July, August, and again just this week, I think it was on Tuesday. So they met with the Community Council, residents and European Energy, and they agreed a revised version of the traffic management plan that looked to further address the issues on the access lane off the B4598. The revised plan has taken on board the vast majority of concerns and ideas presented in those meetings, and it looks for a pragmatic approach to reduce conflict in the lane while maintaining as free-flowing traffic as possible along that road. I've got more details from Carl, which he's very kindly sent me, but I'm sure you don't want to hear about which operative's standing where on which lane, but if I can give you that detail if you don't have it, Councillor Neil. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor, maybe, and it would be useful just to have your copy of that. That would be very helpful. In that draft plan that is now apparently being progressed, it did say that there would be house-to-house contact with residents in order to inform them of the detail of the plan, and that is something that needs to happen before the work would continue. It just makes very good sense, and it's very obvious that that's what should happen. So it would be very good if you could possibly please take that up with the officers to make sure that that is indeed what's happening.
It might be if that's part of the original plan that hasn't been complied with. Would you mind putting that in writing to the planning department? Because I think that's where the compliance would be enforced. If I'm correct, is that correct, Deb? Can you nod to right? Yeah,
well,
we'll follow it through.
But, we don't want to be chasing our tails all over the place.
No.
It's been going on since before Easter. So.
Direct to officers would be the right way, because then they can take it up immediately and copy me in by all means. Thank you. Great.
Okay, thank you. Right, move on to the third question, and this is from Councillor Edwards, again to Councillor Maybe.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Could the Cabinet Member provide an update on the road safety review of Welsh Street in Chepstow that was promised by herself on behalf of the Council's traffic team at full council in March of this year?
Yes, certainly. The new speed indicator devices have been installed in Welsh Street, and further traffic monitoring is due to be carried out over the coming weeks now that the schools have returned. So that's hence why you probably felt there's a delay in doing that. The police agreed to have a PCSO presence at the school during school drop-off times during the first few weeks of the new term to reiterate the safety message. So that's all the plans that I'm aware of. Thank you.
Okay, is there supplementary, Councillor?
Yes, it is, yes. Like I said, I originally asked this question in March, and although I provided more detail in my email, more detail than what you've just covered now, it was disappointing to say the least not to get an idea of when the review is likely to take place, or even the points I made in that email to take part of that review as well. I mean, I did follow it up as well with a further email to both yourself and the Chief Officer, and there was still no response other than colleagues will be contacted to pick up the points I have raised. So I haven't been kept in touch. I've asked this question before in March. I don't like to ask it again, but this has happened before. There's definitely been many occasions, not only with myself, but with other members who've had to ask questions constantly. and it's not very productive if you have to ask the same questions again and again at full council. So can I raise, rather than ask a question about this, although I will follow it up with my email again about the points I raised about Welsh Street, can I raise a point of order instead? 27.12.7, questions by members. Councillor Brown actually touched on this earlier in this meeting when discussing the previous minutes and a supplementary question she was waiting to get a response for. And I don't want to wish and single out Councillor Maybe on this, as many Cabinet members, like I said, have done the same, and not only with myself. However, I'd like to raise this point of order so that we can get a definitive answer, perhaps from yourself, Chair, or the Monitoring Officer, or Chief Executive, about how responses are actually dealt with. I think this is important going forward to ensure that this section of a full council meeting has any credibility. So in short, what is the process? Is the onus on the council to chase up a response? Should responsibility lie with cabinet members or senior officers? Or should the administrative process be handled by democratic services, for instance, so that actually answers get provided to members?
Councillor Edwards, it probably isn't a point of order, but it just about qualifies as a supplementary question, so that's just fine. What I do, I'll write to all members so that you all have clarity in terms of what your expectations should be and the timelines that you should expect those expectations to be met within. I hope that's satisfactory for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. I'll differ with you on that. I'm very pleased that you said that, but I'll differ with you on that because the point of order was 27.12.7, which says where the reply cannot conveniently be given orally, a written answer circulated within 5 working days should be provided to the questioner. But I'll leave it there for that.
I promise this will be within 1 day, so we'll find common ground.
Thank you.
May I reply as well? I'm sorry if I do apologise if you haven't had sufficient follow up. I do try to, as you can imagine. There's a lot of detail, and the Highways Department are pretty busy. I may have misunderstood the request. You're asking about a review. I thought that what information I'd given you had actually complied with that, but maybe I've just misunderstood what you're asking for. And can I suggest that you email me and I make sure that I've followed through adequately and in combination with the traffic team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yep. Okay, we'll all eagerly open our emails tomorrow to find out. Right. So the final question then, please, again from Councillor Edwards, again to Councillor Maybe.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Maybe. In response to your last point, then, I will forward the email I originally sent you on the 11th of March. Thank you. My second question is, could the Cabinet member provide an update on the review of the B4235 junction, particularly the road markings and signage off St Lawrence Road in Chepstow that was agreed at full council in March of this year?
Thank you. Yeah, that one I do remember following up, and I understand that there's maintenance of signing and lining. There's a programme of work that's planned over the next few months, and that includes that road. I hope that has answered your question. I've got a horrible feeling it hasn't, and that there's something else I've misunderstood here.
No, I'm afraid that wasn't followed up either. It was in exactly the same email, but I'll take your word for it that that's taking place. But like I said, I will resend my email from March, and hopefully you can respond to that one in the next 5 days. Thank you.
We'll assume that was a supplementary question. Do you need to reply to that at all, Councillor? Maybe no. I think I'd refer to her previous answer. I think would be the best one there. Right, that completes all the questions. So, well, thanks everybody, particularly those who have managed to stay the course. Our next meeting is at 2 o'clock on Thursday, October the 23rd. I've been asked to mention, but there's lots of excitement in Monmouthshire over the weekend. The food festival at Abergavenny has been commended to me, and by balance I will point out that in Caldecott Castle there is the Canine Carnival. So far from the town going to the dogs are coming to the town. Yeah, and more seriously, I hope to see a good number of you at the civic service at Roggett on Sunday. My advice is to bring a brolly. Yeah, okay. Go safe. Take care. Well done, everybody. Thank you.